The views, information, and opinions expressed during the following program are solely those of the individuals involved and do not necessarily represent the views of Access Communications, its representatives, or its employees. Decision 2021 Federal Election. Live debate coverage is brought to you by the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce, the Saskatchewan Realtors Association, the Regina and Region Home Builders Association, Regina Downtown, and the Regina Warehouse District.
September 20th is Federal Election Day, and Canadian residents have the responsibility to choose the candidates who will best serve our country. All eligible voters may vote for the Member of Parliament who will represent the riding in which they live. Saskatchewan has 14 federal ridings. To find out which riding you live in or to check if you're registered to vote, call 1-800-463-6868 or visit www.elections.ca. As a public service to the communities in the 11 ridings we serve, Access Communications has invited the officially declared federal candidates to present a campaign message for airing exclusively on Access Now TV. The views and opinions expressed in the following campaign messages are those of the candidates. Regina Wascana is located on the southeast side of Regina. Its boundaries are the 5th baseline on the south, Albert Street on the west, the CP Rail Line and Victoria Avenue on the north, and Range Road 190 on the east. Voters in Regina Wascana are eligible to elect one of the following candidates. Erin Hidlebaugh, representing the New Democratic Party. Incumbent Michael Kram, representing the Conservative Party. Victor Lau, representing the Green Party. Sean McEachern, representing the Liberal Party. Or Mario Milanovsky, representing the People's Party.
Good evening and welcome to Decision 2021, Our Country, Our Vote. My name is Nicole Shepard and I will be your moderator for tonight's debate. This evening is being brought to you by Access Now, the Regina and Region Home Builders, the Saskatchewan Realtors Association, Regina Downtown, Regina's Warehouse District, and the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce. In preparation for this evening's debate, draws were made for opening comments, with the reverse being for closing comments, podium position, first question response, and first to begin the candidate question to candidate round. I would now like to introduce you to the candidates for Regina Wascana. Representing the Liberal Party, Sean McEachern. Representing the Conservative Party, Michael Kram. And representing the Green Party, Victor Lau. Thank you for being here. So the first opening comment goes to you, Mr. Kram. I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 2 years ago, you invested your trust in me to serve as your new Member of Parliament. You made that choice because you were fed up and you had had enough. Enough of Liberal corruption, enough of skyrocketing deficits, and enough of the Trudeau government neglecting our province. 2 years later, these problems have only gotten worse. The Trudeau government has been mired in numerous ethics charges. 2 years ago, we worried about a $20 billion deficit. Today, Justin Trudeau has plunged the country into $1.4 trillion of debt with no plan to ever return to balanced budgets. Let me put that into perspective for you. The federal debt service charges are now $20 billion per year. The total Saskatchewan provincial budget was $17 billion this year. Justin Trudeau spends more on the interest on his credit card than it takes to run our entire province. We also saw during the pandemic, as Liberals sat idly by while NAV Canada threatened to close the Regina Airport Air Traffic Control Tower. Ladies and gentlemen, it does not have to be this way. The Conservative Party offers a common sense, compassionate plan to recover the million jobs lost to COVID. We will give retailers a boost by offering a GST holiday in December. We will help struggling restaurant owners by offering rebates on dine-in meals. And we will revive the tourism sector by offering a tax rebate for travel within Canada in 2022. And we will do this while balancing the budget within 10 years. Closer to home, I will continue to use my position on the Transport, Infrastructure and Communities Committee to ensure Saskatchewan gets its fair share of shovel-ready projects. Ladies and gentlemen, after a year and a half of uncertainty, the Conservatives' plan will deliver change that our nation needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kram. Over to you, Mr. McEachern.
Good evening. I'm Sean McEachern, Liberal candidate for Regina Wascana. I've been working in and around politics for nearly 20 years. I worked with the Honourable Ralph Goodale in Ottawa and Regina, and I'm honoured to count one of Canada's best MPs and most well-respected cabinet ministers as a mentor and a friend. I want to continue Ralph's legacy of working hard for Regina Wascana. Our city and our province need a strong voice in Ottawa, an informed and committed elected official in the vital meetings where decisions get made. I'm a lifelong Saskatchewan resident and have called Regina Wascana home for more than 16 years. Community and service have been integral to who I am. I've worked alongside committed volunteers and leaders at the Air Cadet League of Saskatchewan, Crime Stoppers, the Regina Airport Authority, and many other local organizations, working with people who are building strong communities through commitment and dedication. I know the importance of connecting with my neighbors and working together to make a difference. My career in public service has been based on relationships, building understanding and bridges between different ideas. I've seen the importance of strong relationships in my work in Ukraine and during my 12 years working with municipal, provincial, and federal governments of many stripes to find practical solutions to shared ideas. On the doorsteps and over the phone, people are telling me they want a voice, an elected official who is committed to our community, to representing our diversity, challenges, aspirations, and potential. Regina and Saskatchewan are home to thoughtful and progressive ideals, and it's time to elect a voice that is focused on a future not just for our benefit, but one that solidifies a safe and prosperous home for the next generations where they can live with dignity and hope. A re-elected government will support families with $10 a day child care, invest in clean energy, support small businesses, and improve long-term care for seniors. We have all learned so much over the past 18 months as we lived through this pandemic about the role of government being there for individuals and businesses who need someone to have their backs during their most difficult moments. We've learned about the need to do better by our seniors and our healthcare system, and we need to make critical public health decisions based on leading science and compassion for our community. To get to that future, we need to be in the room where the decisions are made, and that means having a Liberal MP elected once again to speak for Regina Wascana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lau, over to you.
Yes, my name is Victor Lau. I'm the nominated candidate for the Green Party of Canada, running in Regina Wascana, and I'm hoping to have earned your vote on September 20th. The Green Party of Canada is very concerned with climate change. We believe that is the number one issue. We believe we need to work with the other parties and bring about a momentous change in the House of Commons. We can argue about how to run the economy. We can argue about whether we should increase taxes or lower taxes. We can argue about virtually any other issue, student debt, jobs for students, seniors' income. But climate change, as we've heard in the past couple of weeks, the IPCC report said that this is code red for humanity. The Green Party of Canada is running a near full slate of candidates to try and get some MPs into Parliament to talk sense to every other member of Parliament and bring about working cooperation so we can address this issue. My experience, I've recently retired. I've worked 31 years as a unionized cashier with Loblaws. I was a union shop steward protecting the workers' rights in the workplace. I was really fortunate to get a job as a full-time constituency assistant for MP Erin. So not only did I have my doubts of the federal government on the outside, but I actually got to see how it worked on the inside. And I can tell you, it is very, very horrifying. We really need to work together to make sure that citizens can access the federal programs that they pay for through their own taxes. In my private time, I've opened up a Becker Lau Consulting, and I work with private individuals to solve their individual problems. Some of our platform, we talk about the green economic recovery. We don't need to just come back from the COVID shutdown with just doing things as usual. We already had tons of problems. People are $200 a month away from going bankrupt, and yet that's not a national emergency. The other two parties tonight will talk about how they have to improve the economy. We talk about how to create a compassionate economy. So I look forward to taking your questions, answering everything tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lau. All right, let's get into this evening's questions. So the first question will go to you, Mr. Kram, to start us off. The Government of Canada's fiscal position is important to Canadians. What are your party's plans in relation to balancing the budget or debt to GDP ratio?
All right, well, thank you for the question. The Conservative Party is committed to returning to balanced budgets within 10 years. This is because we need to stop mortgaging our children's future and our grandchildren's future. To do this, there's an old saying that many hands make light work. We need to wind down these pandemic programs in a responsible manner and get Canadians working again and get taxpayers paying down this $1 trillion debt that we've accumulated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Lau, same question to you.
Yes, in terms of balanced budget, the good news is the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that if we were to pare back all of the extra spending that the Trudeau government has done during this COVID-19 pandemic, we would balance the budget in a matter of 4 years. It is not a crisis. It appears to be a crisis because the government has massively spent. But they did so to try and protect ordinary Canadians. We have to at least commend the Liberal government for attempting to do that. The Green Party believes that the number one issue that would really motivate and create the green economic recovery is to implement a national guaranteed livable income. This has already been costed out by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. It is about $90 billion. It sounds a lot, but if you compare it to how much the Trudeau government has overspent, $400 billion, it is absolutely nothing. Every single Canadian citizen would be guaranteed a livable income of between $2,000 to $3,000 per month. We would literally cut poverty in half, 50% in the first year. This is something I look forward to working with all parliamentaries to implement if I become the MP for Regina Wascana. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. McEachern.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, the pandemic, of course, thrusted Canada into a very unique situation, and the Government of Canada had to respond quickly to ensure that Canadians had food on their table and were able to pay their bills, hence the reason for the number of emergency programs. And of course, there was money spent in that, but it was about investing in Canadians and ensuring that the supports existed there. In the platform that the Liberal Party released a couple weeks ago, it focuses on getting us out of the pandemic, looking at a fiscal plan that is responsible and transparent. It's very clear that our plan moving forward will move us away from the pandemic programs, look at re-energizing the economy again, and reinvesting money back into Canadians to see growth exist into the future.
Thank you very much. So let's shift to climate change, one of the top issues in this election. What needs to be done to address climate change? Mr. Lau, we'll start with you.
Yeah, as we have a detailed platform that talks about a green economic recovery. We want to make sure that no Canadian is left behind. We've seen that the Liberal government tried to make sure that as they shut down the economy and closed down small and big businesses to make sure people were safe at home, they introduced a program called CERB, the Canadian Economic Recovery Benefit. Unfortunately, they did not listen to the NDP and the small Green Party MPs to make that a permanent guaranteed livable income. Basically, if they had done that, we would have an economic boom of over $120 billion on an annual basis. This is incredible. The fact that this has been proven now in a fiscal manner, there is no reason why the Liberal or Conservatives here tonight should stand against this. They should work with us in the House of Parliament to actually enact this. Now, are they against eliminating poverty? I don't know, but I'd sure love to be the member of Parliament there to ask these questions. It makes no sense. If it's been proven by the Parliamentary Budget Officers this is doable, let's get this done and let's move toward a green economic recovery. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McEachern, same question to you.
Yes, the Liberal government has, since elected in 2015, has put a concerted focus on climate change and addressing the many issues that we face as a nation. Most recently, we've of course been investing a tremendous amount of money in green technology, working with Canadians to invest dollars as well into home retrofit programs to help them reduce their carbon emissions and save money in the long run. We have also looked at focusing on the other elements of climate change that are drastically important, looking at Canada's fresh water, changing the Fresh Water Act, and most importantly, looking at and fully funding a Canada Water Agency that would focus on securing Canada a safe and sustainable source of fresh water for future use. Climate change, of course, is a critical emergency for our country, both now and into the future. And we are prepared as the party to tackle that with the right public policies and the right funding.
Thank you. And Mr. Kram.
The Conservative Party's climate change plan is Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe's climate change plan. After the Supreme Court ruling last spring, Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe submitted the province's climate change plan to the federal government. Unfortunately, Justin Trudeau and the Liberals announced a couple of months ago that they have rejected Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe's climate change plan. But Conservative Party leader Erin O'Toole has said publicly that the plan is sound, the plan is acceptable, and I look forward to working with both the Premier and Erin O'Toole to implement it.
Thank you very much. So the economy is an important issue for Canadians. What, if anything, would your party do to grow our local economy? Mr. McEachern, we'll start with you on this question.
Sure, thank you. As I've been going door to door on the phone with constituents, I can tell you the economy has come up multiple times. First and foremost, many of them have commended the government for investing the dollars they did in ensuring the safety and security of Canadians during the pandemic, recognizing that, of course, many Canadians across this country suffered deeply and many experienced it differently. But in the end, they're thankful for the programs, and they look forward to the Liberal government's plan to grow the national economy, but also local economies as well. And part of that is looking at investing in national housing programs, investing in climate change initiatives as well. We're talking about investing a $5 billion fund into Saskatchewan and Alberta and Newfoundland, and particularly here to help retrain people in the energy sector and to clean jobs. We're reinvesting money in infrastructure, and all these things in the end will generate additional economic activity in the province, and more importantly in Regina Wascana.
Thank you. Mr. Kram?
Some sectors have been hit particularly hard by the pandemic, and so a Conservative government will focus on those sectors that need the most help. We will implement a GST holiday this December for all purchases made at retail stores. We will provide a 50% rebate for dine-in restaurant meals Monday to Wednesday, once it is safe to do so. And we will provide a 15% tax credit for vacation expenses within Canada up to $1,000 per person in 2022. These are very reasonable measures to get these highly affected sectors back on their feet.
Thank you. And Mr. Lau?
Once again, the Green Party believes the singular easiest thing we can do is put in a guaranteed livable income. It's already been costed out by the parliamentary budget officers. We just need to move a bill and basically get it through the 3 readings and into the Senate. The other things we can do, of course, is create a green economic recovery by basically changing how we produce energy. The other 2 gentlemen here tonight will tell you that we need to save the oil and gas jobs. Well, if you actually look at the economic data that's happening every day around the world, the money, the capital, is moving towards green renewable power. It isn't being invested into oil and gas. And yet our current government wants to continue investing in that. They've spent over $22 billion in trying to push through the Trans Mountain pipeline. It's only 1/3 done. It's not even 2/3 done. And yet they want to invest more. If the Conservatives were to be elected, they would do the same. In fact, they probably would open up the taxes to even deeper corporate welfare. The Green Party stands against all of this. We want a green economic recovery, and we look forward to being elected to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. So the next question actually touches on the oil and gas sector that you were just speaking of. So the oil and gas sector is a vital economic anchor in our province, but the development of pipelines to move Canadian energy has been challenging, to say the least. What would you do, if anything, to protect the industry that so many Canadian families rely on for jobs and income? Mr. Kram, we'll start with you on this question.
Thank you. A Conservative government will repeal Bills C-69 and Bill C-48, which have hampered major projects for the past several years. Saskatchewan is a landlocked province with an export-based economy. Anything that we can do to get our products to Tidewater and onto international markets is a good thing for everyone. That means roads, that means pipelines, that means railways, and you name it. And so this will certainly be a high priority for the Conservative Party after Election Day in government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kram. Mr. Lau?
I believe this is a false question. The oil and gas industry was a vital part of the economy in the past. We are looking to the future. The Green Party of Canada basically can show that there is 30 times the amount of jobs in energy retrofits and energy conversion. Why would we continue investing in oil and gas when we're going to have to mothball it in 5 to 10 years when the climate emergency spirals out of control. This is ludicrous that we're talking tonight about continuing oil and gas. We should be talking about a just transition to make sure that all the workers are taken care of. The Green Party of Canada offers a guaranteed livable income. We would offer retraining. We would offer, so many other opportunities for people that are basically looking for real work in the new sector. University of Calgary recently announced that they are mothballing the petroleum engineering program. Why? Because nobody's taking it. The kids are knowing, because they're on their cell phones all the time, they know the future is in green economics, not in oil and gas. So as a member of Parliament, as a Green Party of Canada government, we would transition rapidly away from oil and gas and into the green economic recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. And Mr. McEachern,
Thank you.
over to you.
The Liberal Party has always supported the oil and gas sector. We purchased the pipeline and helped build and continue to build that service for Canadians. But more importantly, supporting the oil and gas also, we've seen in the context of giving jobs to people and so on, we continue to invest and we will be investing in transitioning a lot of oil and gas workers. These are people that have skilled labor, skilled jobs, extremely knowledgeable individuals who have the brain power to do great things when it comes to the new technology, the green technology, whether it be solar, wind. There's a lot of opportunity there within our province, and the Liberal government has invested in them, and we will continue to invest in them to reskill and retrain to fulfill those needs. But secondly to that, it's also important to acknowledge that we've also invested a lot of money in an orphan well program, which again, we need a lot of those skilled laborers to go around the province, across the prairies, and deal with many of the oiled orphan wells that we see around the province to address from an economic and environmental perspective.
Thank you very much. So the next question is, what can be done to make housing more affordable and attainable for Canadians, in particular for first-time home buyers? Mr. Lau, we'll start with you on this question.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I think if hopefully my colleagues would somewhat agree with this, all members of Parliament should basically move that this is a national housing crisis. I find it hard to believe, having talked to people in the building trades and the Builders Association and so on, that we can't build affordable homes, right? Why are the homes that are being built now $300,000 or more? And the simple answer is because there's more profit in it. A basic home can be built probably for $50,000 to $80,000, but there's not as much profit. So either we really want to basically end homelessness by declaring it an emergency and making sure, Medicine Hat in Alberta managed to make sure that there is no homeless people out on their streets. Denver, Colorado did the same. If the government's put the political will behind it, they can do it. It's not a matter of throwing tons of money at it. It's basically working with the people and the industries that build these homes and making sure that there's social housing available for everyone. I think we can easily do that. This is not a complicated issue, and I look forward to working with colleagues in the House of Commons to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McEachern?
Yes, affordable housing is, of course, a crisis across the country. It exists here in Regina, and not only affordable housing, but housing for people who are homeless as well. Liberal government has always focused on, since 2015, has spent a tremendous amount of time focusing on addressing affordable housing across this country and developing a homeless strategy. But most recently in our newest platform, we've talked about creating some new tools for Canadians to enter the housing market. First and foremost, a tax-free savings account that allows people to save money up for the first down payment. We're going to look at a rent-to-own program for people who are currently in rental properties who may want to eventually transition to home ownership. We're going to work with local governments to help fund programs and build affordable housing across this country. And most recently, at the start of this election, there was actually an announcement in Regina for funding towards affordable housing units in this city. And most importantly, we're going to address some of the bigger challenges in some of the larger cities around curbing speculation and house flipping. And we're going to enact a house owner's Bill of Rights to help with the purchasing of homes to protect Canadians from procedures and practices that are perhaps challenging for most Canadians.
Thank you. Mr. Kram, over to you.
The biggest property owner in this country is the federal government. A Conservative government will earmark 15% of these unused office spaces and transition them into affordable housing. This is a very straightforward and practical approach to solving this problem. The government doesn't need to go out and buy new land. We don't need to build new buildings from scratch. We can use existing properties that the federal government already owns and transition them into affordable housing.
Thank you. All right, it is now time for our candidate-to-candidate questions. So each candidate will have the opportunity to ask a question of their choosing to one of the other candidates here tonight. That candidate will then have 1 minute to respond to the question. And Mr. McEachern, you have the opportunity to go first and ask a question.
That's my first question. Okay, thank you very much. I guess my question is going to go to Mr. Kram. Mr. Kram, can you tell us what you have done over the past 2 years to engage and represent new immigrants, single parents, and people experiencing homelessness in the riding of Regina Wascana?
Okay, well, thank you very much for the question. Yes, well, part of the role of a member of parliament is to act as a customer service representative for all federal government programs. And at my office, probably the single most frequent request is help navigating the immigration system, the IRCC. So myself and my staff have helped literally hundreds of new Canadians apply for permanent residency and apply for Canadian citizenship, and it has been certainly very rewarding to welcome them to our country and welcome them to the Canadian family. And I certainly make an effort to be inclusive of all members of our community, and my door is always open, and I'm always ready to hear feedback.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kram, you may now ask a question of one of the other candidates.
Thank you. My question is for the Green Party candidate, Victor Lau. So, Mr. Lau, the Green Party has always been in favor of electoral reform in the House of Commons. The Conservative Party has always been in favor of electoral reform in the Senate. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts about the potential for our two parties to work together on the issue of electoral reform.
Yes, it's unfortunately we're both running in the same riding. It seems like Mr. Kram is indicating that he himself is interested in electoral reform. Unfortunately, as the House of Commons was sunsetting, because Mr. Trudeau wanted an election during the COVID-19 pandemic, the House of Commons Committee on Electoral Reform basically moved forward with creating a National Citizens Assembly. They voted in favor of it. Unfortunately, the Conservative representative there said no. To answer Mr. Kram's question directly, unfortunately we're both running in the same seat, but I certainly would love to work with him towards electoral reform. I think we need a different type of government, a different type of election way of electing the government, because we see there's too much partisanship, there's too much parties fighting against each other. We need to work together. I mean, there is a climate crisis, and we need to focus on that, as well as homelessness and many, many other issues. So thank you very much for that question.
Thank you. And Mr. Lau, you may now ask a question.
I'll direct my question to Mr. Kram. I know you have a young family. My family, my children are older. Do you ever worry that your party isn't taking enough aggressiveness toward climate action? Mr. O'Toole's plan is to only reduce emissions by 30% by 2030. That is the weakest environmental platform out of all the parties. Our platform calls for 60% reductions. This is exactly what the IPCC report is demanding, and yet, Mr. O'Toole says, well, at least we can then, make these commitments and then keep them. But I mean, what's the point of making a commitment and keeping it if it still means that, Canada has failed in terms of reducing emissions?
Well, first of all, I would like to ask Mr. Lau to stop spreading these rumors that I have a young family. I'm single, no kids, haven't met Ms. Wright yet, and I'm never going to if Mr. Lau keeps spreading these rumors. But as for the issue of climate change, I think we do need to move forward with our targets that we were set out in the Paris Climate Accord in 2015. Mm-hmm. I think that all of the parties agreed that these targets are important, they should be met. I think where political parties disagree is what is the best way to achieve these goals. And as I said earlier in the debate, the Conservative Party's plan is Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe's plan, and the plan looks reasonable, and I look forward to moving forward with it.
Thank you very much. All right, let's get back into our questions. And we're going to start off with healthcare. So healthcare is always important to Canadians. What is your party's position related to healthcare and healthcare funding to the provinces? And Mr. McEachern, we'll start with you on this one, please.
Thank you. Well, the Liberal Party has, of course, worked very closely with the provinces over the years in terms of ensuring adequate funding to health transfers to the provinces, and we continue to work with them. And upcoming, when a re-elected Liberal government comes to play, we are looking at increasing some funding to provinces when it comes to the hiring of nurses and doctors. We're looking at adding 7,500 new nurses and doctors across this country, and we're looking at focusing on long-term care centres and ensuring there's additional funding to hire more personal support workers and increase their wages. While I'm out door knocking, while I'm on the phone, while I'm just generally talking to citizens within Wascana, healthcare continues to be an important issue for them. We're focused on solving those problems, addressing wait times, addressing, ensuring that Canadians have access to the medical care that they need and the medical care that they want, and working very closely with those provinces to find the solutions.
Thank you. Mr. Lau.
If I was fortunate enough to be elected the Member of Parliament for Regina Wascana, I would try and work with all the parties in the House of Commons to realize that we need to strengthen Medicare. We need to expand Medicare to include mental health services, optical, dental, and pharmacare. I would take some due consideration toward Mr. McEachern in terms of his party had an opportunity to work with the NDP in the last House of Commons to pass pharmacare. Everything in the bill was there, and yet they worked with the Liberal and Conservative opposition to basically push down that bill. We could have had pharmacare before this general election, but instead partisan politics got in the way. The Green Party of Canada believes that we need to remove all of that. We need to work together to build the services that Canadians deserve, and I think this is the way to go, and also focus on prevention. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kram?
Well, as I'm sure many of the viewers are aware, we do live in a country with a constitutional division of powers, and the healthcare system is the jurisdiction of the provincial governments. The federal government does have a role to play when it comes to funding, and the Conservative Party has committed to increasing transfers to the provinces for healthcare at a minimum of 6% per year. This will give the provincial governments the financial resources that they need to make sure that our healthcare system is running properly. And I think that after the past year and a half that we have had, I think that there are a lot of doctors and nurses and other healthcare workers who could really use that financial support. I would also say that the Conservatives are committed to improving the state of mental health in this country. We are committed to implementing a new 988 suicide prevention hotline and encouraging the provincial governments to do more to address mental health as well.
Thank you very much. Question in the same vein. How will your party help fight homelessness and poverty in Canada? Mr. Kram, we'll go back to you for this one, please.
Well, I would point to the Conservative Party's housing platform. The federal government is the largest owner of properties in this country. And so if we are going to solve the problem of homelessness, we need more affordable housing on the market. And so a Conservative government will earmark 15% of unused federal government office space and transition it into affordable housing. This is a very practical and straightforward plan. We don't need to buy new land or build new buildings from scratch. The office spaces that are unused are already there, and so making use of existing federal government assets would be a very prudent measure that a Conservative government will implement.
Thank you. Mr. McEachern.
Sure. Addressing homelessness is more than just making affordable housing. We need to understand that homelessness comes with a number of different issues and challenges around mental health, substance abuse, and so on. And those issues need to be addressed as well in the context of homelessness. And the Liberal government has committed in the most recent platform and in the past to assisting Canadians who face those challenges to help them address them and overcome them. In the context of homelessness and building more houses and more affordable housing, we're looking at reinvesting money into the National Investment Fund, $2.7 billion over the next 4 years to help local governments and provinces across this country build housing for people who are homeless and who need housing, and safe housing as well is very important. And we'll continue to work with all our partners to see results.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lau.
This is really refreshing to hear that the two honourable gentlemen beside me have great plans. I look forward to working with both administrations if I'm fortunate enough to be the Regina Wascana MP at the end of September 20th. Specifically, the Green Party believes that we should declare homelessness a national emergency. I believe if we put in a federal policy of housing first, Mr. McEachern is correct. It is very, very difficult to address all the issues of homelessness. It's not just about a shelter, a safe, affordable, and safe accommodation, but I think we need to get everyone off the streets. I mean, winter is coming. It is ridiculous that we can't basically make sure the people in Regina, everyone across Canada has a safe place to stay. In terms of poverty, I believe we have the best plan. Once again, I know I'm beating the horse, but it's a guaranteed livable income. It's been costed out. It's doable. I hope my colleagues in the Conservative and Liberal Party, and certainly the NDP, can see the wisdom of this. Work with us to end poverty today. Let's pass a national guaranteed livable income.
Thank you very much. Addressing labour force shortages is vital to Canada's economic future. As a member of Parliament, what would you do to address this critical issue? Mr. Lau, we'll go to you.
Yeah, it's an interesting issue. I think we would set up basically a committee of the federal government, all-party committee. I think we need to stop playing partisanship on this one. It's not about retraining. It's not about creating tons of jobs in the future. I mean, I read so many reports out of Silicon Valley. They are working faster and faster to basically reduce actual jobs for humans. Basically, within 10 to 15 years, we're going to see a lot of jobs being automated. And that's a new economy. I think the Green Party is ready and has the best plan for that. We need to put in a guaranteed livable income, not only to eliminate poverty, to make sure nobody falls through the cracks. I mean, you may have a job today, but will you have a job 5, 10 years down the future? I know my industry where I worked, cashiering, it's a great industry. Thankfully, we were unionized, so we had a benefit plan. We had a union that protected our wages and increased it on every contract. But as we see in that industry, a lot of cashier jobs are being automated. You just go to Walmart or Shoppers Drug Mart and you see that. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kram, over to you.
Well, I would say we need to safely and responsibly wind down some of these COVID programs that have been paying people to stay at home to save lives. We need to incentivize people to re-enter the workforce and contribute to our economy and to the future of this country. I would also say that this pandemic has revealed some of the shortcomings of the EI and CPP system with respect to the gig economy. So a Conservative Party government would require gig economy companies to make contributions equivalent to CPP and EI premiums into a new portable employee savings account every time they pay their workers. And this money will grow in this account tax-free and can be withdrawn when the workers need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McEachern?
Labour shortage, of course, is a common problem not only in Saskatchewan but across the country. Part of the solution to that is, of course, and we're the party that's really supportive of it in terms of immigration, bringing new people into Canada, skilled people, whether it's skilled labour, professionals. These are people that will help us to grow our economy, help us maintain our standard of living that we're accustomed to. Now, while immigration is important, it's also important for a government to look forward, look ahead, be agile, be innovative, look at what those new industries are, whether it's green technology, AI. There's tons of opportunities out there in the future. It's just like government needs to be proactive, engage Canadians, engage the experts, and have those conversations about where we need to invest training dollars, education dollars, and get Canadians ready to take on these new jobs and be prepared to live comfortable lives into the future.
Thank you very much. Many young Canadian families are struggling with childcare concerns, a critical issue that can be argued has not been addressed for decades. How do we level the playing field for parents, in particular women, who want to join and actively participate in the labour force? Mr. McEachern, we'll start with you, please.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Liberal government is committed to implementing a $10 a day childcare program. We've signed agreements with 8 different provinces and territories across the country. The Conservatives have already committed if they win, they're going to rip those agreements up. While I've been on the doorsteps, I've been hearing from people that is an exceptional program. They're happy to hear the Liberals talk about this. And whether you like it or not, most childcare falls upon the women in a family. And there's tons of research to prove that as we have more women enter the workforce, our productivity in the economy escalates. But women need to know that when they're going to work, that they're working not simply to pay childcare. They're having access to affordable childcare. But they also need to know when they're going to work that their kids are getting the best start in life, that they have access to high quality childcare, and those kids are spending time in a healthy learning environment. And so the Liberal plan, again, $10 a day childcare. Canadians are loving it, and I feel it's an exceptional public policy position.
Thank you. Mr. Kram.
The Liberals have been promising institutionalized, subsidized daycare since the 1990s, and they have never delivered. Even the latest plan by the Liberals has been pushed off for 5 years before it will be fully implemented. The benefit of the Conservative Party's plan is that it is easy to implement. The Conservative plan will implement a refundable tax credit covering up to 75% of the cost of childcare. This program will be of the most assistance to low-income families who need it the most.
Thank you, Mr. Kram. Mr. Lau.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Kram. It has taken the Liberal government since the 1990s to actually put forward a child care plan. It's crazy. I think if we had the Green Party government, we certainly would have done that in the first term of office. I think even though we have some misgivings about creating a new national program of child care, it is amazing that Mr. Trudeau, as our Prime Minister, has managed to sign at least, I believe, 3 to 4 agreements with provincial premiers. So it does seem that childcare could be on the way. Hopefully the next House of Commons does implement the full childcare measures that the previous administration wanted to do. I think it's a step forward. But I do believe that the Green Party plan of a guaranteed livable income gives that flexibility to all Canadians, not just to choose institutionalized childcare, but to be able to stay home and raise the children, basically as parents. Most of us don't want to miss the first 5 to 6 years of our children growing up and have to work a job. We'd rather be at home, in the most developing years. Thank you.
Thank you. How will your party invest in economic development for Saskatchewan and Regina to ensure we attract investment and create good paying jobs? Mr. McEachern, we'll start with you, please.
Sure. I think the most critical element that we can focus on in Saskatchewan as we work to grow the population, grow the economy here, the federal government has a critical role, and we've invested several dollars over the years through Western economic diversification into different programs, helping support small businesses restart, invest in new innovation for their businesses, working with entrepreneurs to help them develop business plans, and of course reinvest dollars into their own business as well. And we've also spent significant dollars in larger corporations. You'll recall many months ago, Brandt Industries in Regina got significant funding from the Government of Canada to help them grow their business as well. So we're focused on not only small businesses, but also big businesses in Saskatchewan. And more importantly, the federal government also has a role investing their own dollars, whether it's through infrastructure projects with local municipalities, wastewater, water treatment plants, bridges. These are all projects that bring in private contractors, help municipalities increase their infrastructure, and also help Canadians get good paying jobs.
Thank you. Mr. Lau.
I believe the Green Party of Canada platform talks about a green economic recovery. I think we want to build back businesses that basically not only support the economy and the governments with their tax revenue, but we want to make sure that the workers are paid a fair wage. One way to do this easily, once again, is through a guaranteed livable income. So give the worker the flexibility to seek other employment without being trapped in a job that doesn't pay a living wage. I also subscribe to the idea that government shouldn't be involved in picking winners and losers. They should set the regulation for the entrepreneurs, maybe invest in the entrepreneurs in terms of giving them the education, but then allow them to blossom and grow. We have a homegrown industry, tech guy that created Shopify. It's amazing. I mean, the guy's only, I think, in his early 30s, and he's a billionaire. I think we need to give people the room to create the new ideas, the new jobs, but I don't think government should be involved in using our tax dollars to pick winners and losers. I think that's a failed proposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Mr. Kram.
Well, the best thing that the federal government can do to stimulate investment in this province is to create an environment where the private sector is wanting to invest. That is particularly pertinent to this province's resource sector. We haven't been able to get pipelines built in this province for a long time. We need to make the necessary changes to Bill C-69 and Bill C-48 so that private sector investors can get our resources to international markets to the benefit of everyone in this province. I would also say that we need to have federal government support for the Lake Diefenbaker irrigation project. I understand the provincial government is taking the lead on that file, but certainly the federal government under a Conservative government will be there to assist in any way that we can. And I would also say we need to maintain our air travel infrastructure in this province, and in Regina in particular. We need to make sure that NAV Canada does not shut down the city's air traffic control tower, and that we have tourists and investors flying into our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indigenous people are vital to Saskatchewan's future. What steps do you believe are necessary in relation to reconciliation? Mr. McEachern, we'll start with you on this question, please.
Sure. First off, as Canadians, we need to first acknowledge the atrocities that existed with First Nations people in this country. We need to acknowledge the barriers that exist with Indigenous communities across this country. And as Canadians, we also need to educate ourselves. Take time to read the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. Don't depend on Indigenous communities to tell you and tell stories and educate you on it. Take the opportunity to teach yourself and learn about it. And most importantly, we need to stand up for change and fight for justice, truth, and reconciliation. And part of that is engaging with First Nations, Indigenous communities, and Métis people across this province, having conversations with them, and focusing on ways that we can acknowledge the challenges that they're facing, help them to become part of the economy, and grow with them. And most importantly, the Truth and Reconciliation calls to principles. The Liberal government has enacted a couple of those principles already, specifically focusing on the UN rights for Indigenous peoples.
Thank you. Mr. Lau.
Well, we've all know that Justin Trudeau has declared September 30th the National Day of Awareness on Truth and Reconciliation. The three cities in Saskatchewan, the largest, Prince Albert, Regina, and Saskatoon, have also said they will recognize September 30th as a national holiday. I do not understand why our Premier hasn't come forward and said that they will also recognize it for Saskatchewan, all of our workers here. I certainly would put pressure on the Premier to do this. I would hope the Conservative leadership would see that this is important, and this is part of moving things forward. The Green Party of Canada is in favor of all 94 recommendations. If I was fortunate to be part of the Green Party government or as an elected member for Regina Wascana, I will work hard to implement all 94 recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kram.
Conservatives believe in moving forward with the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation. As Mr. Lau mentioned, personally, I was very pleased to have the opportunity to vote in favor in the previous Parliament of designating September 30th National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. I think that is a very good and reasonable opportunity for our nation's Indigenous elders to have the opportunity to tell the story of residential schools, so those stories are preserved for future generations. I would also say that we need to move forward with economic reconciliation so that every Indigenous person can share in Canada's prosperity, and future generations of Indigenous people will not face these economic and social inequities that we have in the past.
Thank you. Taxes and the distribution of taxes, who pays what and how much, is again an issue in this election. Please explain your views on the federal tax system. Mr. Lau, we'll start with you, please.
Well, my view is really simple. I ran as the leader of the Saskatchewan Green Party to become the Premier of Saskatchewan. And if I'm fortunate enough to become the Member of Parliament for Regina Wascana, I would advocate to do the same thing. We need a full tax review. Perhaps we need to entrench in legislation that every 5 years, the entire federal tax system be reviewed. Literally, we are faced with hundreds of taxes. Most Canadians can't even name all the taxes. It's preposterous. I think we need to open up the entire system for review. I think we need to be transparent to the taxpayer. And I think more than that, we need to show that there is a fairness to the system. I think a lot of middle-class people feel really burdened by the high taxation, and that's because Prime Minister Brian Mulroney went from about 8 tax brackets down to 3. So basically, all of the taxation is now on the middle class. If we expanded our tax base upwards and made it fair, as the NDP talks about, and the Green Party supports, I think we can bring in more taxes and provide for better programming right across Canada. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Mr. Kram.
I believe that the government should collect enough taxes to run the programs of the federal government and not a penny more. The problem is that we have such a crushing burden of these pandemic programs that we have to start looking at a path out of deficit spending and a return to balanced budgets. There's an old saying that many hands make light work, And the Conservatives have a plan to incentivize workers to be rehired into the workforce and have them paying more taxes because right now many of them are still staying at home and collecting pandemic benefits. So we have programs to incentivize restaurants and the retail sector and the tourism sector to rehire these laid off workers so that they can begin paying taxes and we can begin chipping away at this $1 trillion debt that we've accumulated over the last while.
Thank you, Mr. Kram. Mr. McEachern.
Well, I first off want to make a comment just with respect to the pandemic programs, CERB, and now we've transitioned into the CRB. I think overwhelmingly Canadians want to get back to work, and a job is a part of being a Canadian. It brings value to your life and so on, and overwhelmingly I think most Canadians want to be there. Unfortunately, the pandemic threw us a curve. No government in the world knew how to handle this. The Government of Canada, of course, was quick to respond with a number of different programs, one of them being the CERB to help people offset, to feel safe when they went home at the end of the day, to know that they had they had money to pay for food and their bills. With respect to the overall taxation system in Canada, the Liberal government has, over the years, made several adjustments to the taxation system to lower exemptions to ensure that more and more people are taken off the tax rolls, specifically lower income Canadians, and we've also looked at ways to increase some taxes on the individuals who make a lot more money than your average Canadian. So the tax system, yes, while it can be complex, we look at finding a fair and progressive system that works for all Canadians.
Thank you, Mr. McEachern. So you mentioned the pandemic programs. Obviously, COVID-19 has not gone away yet. There continues to be breakouts, and some businesses, not all, are still reeling from the economic impact. What needs to be done? Mr. Kram, we'll start with you, please.
Well, people need to get vaccinated. We need to encourage people to get vaccinated. I know that I got my 2 shots of Pfizer months ago now, and I'm happy to be fully vaccinated. I certainly encourage everyone who is able to do so as well. Again, this comes back to federal and provincial jurisdictions. I have confidence in the 10 provincial governments in this country to manage their own local outbreaks as they see fit. I think that the federal government has a particularly useful role to play with respect to the border. We need to be watching the rest of the world. If there is another outbreak of another variant of concern, we need to ground flights immediately from those trouble spots to make sure that we keep Canadians safe here at home. So certainly keeping the future variants of concern out of this country has to be a top priority for the federal government. Thank you, Mr.
Kram. Mr. McEachern.
Again, while out campaigning within the riding, I'm overwhelmingly hearing from residents within Regina Wascana that mandatory vaccines that the federal government has brought in and regulated industries under the Government of Canada, they're supporting that. They're supporting, Canadians are saying vaccines are our way out of the pandemic. They trust science. They believe in leading science. But we also believe in having compassion for our community around vaccines and being aware of some of the challenges that face certain people within our society for medical reasons. But overwhelmingly, support for vaccines and wanted to see that. As we roll out of the pandemic, of course, the government, Liberal government is focused on reinvesting back into Canadians and businesses and putting in the tools and resources we need to continue to revitalize our economy, build Canada better, and get prepared for the future. And this election, we're talking about these things on the doorstep, what things need to occur to make sure Canada grows back better.
Thank you. Mr. Lau.
The Green Party of Canada really wants to promote the green economic recovery. This COVID-19, as we know, may last several months more. If we end up in another national lockdown, we want to be prepared this time. It's almost been 2 years since the lockdown, and we now know that the CERB, and now called CRB, can be converted into a guaranteed livable income. We talk about trying to, make sure to build back all these businesses that have been closed down. What is the best way to build back businesses other than to create consumers? If every Canadian got $2,000 to $3,000 per month, they suddenly have spending power. They will make the decision, right? I mean, if the Conservative Liberal administrations keep talking about, free choice and stuff like that, why wouldn't they support citizens having this kind of income? We saw that the CERB program, as good as it was, it left out people that were disabled. It left out seniors. Students who were not working enough hours did not qualify. Those people are very, very upset. They also deserve some kind of support during COVID-19, and the Green Party of Canada will deliver that through a guaranteed livable income. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are just breezing through these questions this evening, which is great. So we have a bit of time for another candidate-to-candidate question. Mr. Lau, we'll start with you and have you ask a question to one of your fellow candidates.
Let's see. What is a good question? Well, I guess I'll ask Mr. McEachern. If you are fortunate enough to become the Member of Parliament for Regina Wascana, would you work hard to convince your leader and your party to basically bring about proportional representation? It was a very disappointing moment for many young people as well as people that wanted electoral reform, a system of cooperation, bringing people in Parliament to actually come together and work on the solutions instead of being in partisan fights. Would you be that Member of Parliament? Would you work on proportional representation?
I think, Victor, we can both agree that Canada's democracy and the Parliament has suffered a lot over the years. We've seen a transition from the foundation of what it was meant to be to where we are today. I spoke about a week ago at a Council of Canadians forum where I said that, I think as the government, if I'm the MP for Regina Wascana, be working with my government to look at what ultimately are the fundamental problems before we pick out what the solution is. And I think, looking in the context of electoral reform, proportional representation, what are the things we need to do, whether or not it's looking at empowering local MPs more, going back to our traditional base roots of how Parliament was supposed to be built. But I'm the type of individual that's willing to look at practical and realistic solutions, having those serious conversations with individuals, whether it's like-minded individuals or people who disagree with me. I think as Canadians we need to come together to find what that solution is, identify what those problems are, and yes, I am prepared to have that conversation and to work with my colleagues in the government to find what that solution is.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kram, would you like to ask a question?
All right, my question will again be for the Green Party candidate, Victor Lau. Mr. Lau, universal basic income. It sounds like a very exciting idea at first because everybody likes to get a check in the mail, but unfortunately the problem with this program is that sooner or later the government is going to run out of money to give to people. I mean, we can't incentivize people to stay at home when there's work to be done. So how can universal basic income possibly be economically feasible?
Well, I think to answer that question directly, Canadians should know that the federal government has a lot of tax and spend power. They have a lot of ability to shape our economy, our regional economic development, and so on. The guaranteed income has already been costed out, as I've said many times. The parliamentary budget officer says it's doable. The only thing lacking now, and I believe the Conservative Party is the one lacking this, is the political will. They would rather leave Canadians out in the cold. I mean, they're literally saying they're going to do worse than the Liberals. I mean, the Liberals missed people that were disabled, seniors, students who didn't work enough. And yet the Conservatives want to go backwards. They don't want to work forwards. I hope that if you are the Member of Parliament, that you will have an open door to the other parties, especially the Green Party, to work together to build this program. It is incredible that you guys have no plan moving forward when automation and AI are going to take away jobs of the future, and you are still talking about investing in old technology, oil and gas. It makes no sense. Let's move towards the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Mr. McEachern.
Thank you. My question is going to go back to Mr. Kram. We've seen an alarming increase in racism and hate crimes in Canada. Despite all this, the Conservative platform does not include any proposals to combat racism and hate in Canada. What specific actions will you take to tackle racism?
Well, I would point to the storied history of the Conservative Party. It was the Conservative Party under Prime Minister John Diefenbaker who first gave Indigenous peoples the right to vote. That wasn't that long ago. That was only in the mid-1900s. I would also point out that Conservative Member of Parliament Lincoln Alexander was the first African-Canadian Member of Parliament. That wasn't very long ago either. And so the Conservative Party certainly values the contributions of ethnic minority communities and new immigrants to this country, and certainly making sure that everyone feels comfortable and welcome in our society is something that any government, no matter who is in power, has to do.
Thank you very much. All right, leadership is a dominant theme in this election. Please give us your perspective on your leader and why Canadians should vote for her or him. Mr. McEachern, we'll start with you, please.
Sure. Since 2015, the Liberal Party, under the leadership of Justin Trudeau, has made a number of significant and important public policy proposals and implemented these policies across the country. I think the Prime Minister has shown tremendous leadership in developing public policy, engaging Canadians, bringing Canada together as one nation, and addressing a number of the challenges that we have. Now, at the local level, let's talk about me in terms of leader, because ultimately that's who we're electing here in this election, and that's what you're here tonight to listen to. You're here to listen to who's your best representative. And in Regina Wascana, I'm saying that I'm a person that brings to you the skills and experiences that one requires to advocate and advance the interests of Regina Wascana residents. I'm the best person, and I'm confident I'm the one who can be in the room where those decisions are being made, and someone who's prepared to have those hard discussions and make those hard decisions to ensure that results are delivered to the residents of Regina Wascana and that your issues and concerns are heard.
Thank you, Mr. McEachern. Mr. Kram, over to you.
We have some tough challenges facing us in the foreseeable future. We need to wind down this pandemic and get life back to some semblance of normalcy. We need to start paying down this $1 trillion debt. We need to deal with the catastrophic situation in Afghanistan. And who knows what other problems may be on the horizon. To handle the challenges of the future, Erin O'Toole is by far the most qualified person on the ballot to be our next Prime Minister. Erin O'Toole has served our country in the military. He has a very impressive military background. After that, he transitioned into the private sector. He has a very successful business background. He has been a cabinet minister under Prime Minister Stephen Harper. He has a very good head on his shoulders, and I have a tremendous amount of confidence in Erin O'Toole to lead our country into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lau.
Our Green Party leader, Anna May Paul, was an international human rights lawyer. She is very passionate about making sure that people that are diverse, that equity candidates are included. And so this is why we, unfortunately, were not able to run a full slate, because we tried to find different Canadians to come forward. We want our House of Commons to reflect the broad multiculturalism of Canada. We need those voices at the table. We need more Aboriginal people at the table. We cannot get full truth and reconciliation unless we have those people there to voice their concerns directly and to hear from them. I believe our leader is very well versed within our party to work through consensus and cooperation. This is why we advocate proportional representation. It is an electoral system that will push the parties to learn to cooperate. I think most Canadians are disgusted with the partisanship and the hyper activity of yelling at each other across the aisles. We don't want to be yelling at each other. We're all Canadians first and foremost. Why can't we work together to bring about climate action? This is the #1 issue. Nothing else matters. If we don't take care of the climate, forget your economy, forget your jobs. We will be struggling by 2030 just to survive. Let's all work together and bring about a true House of Commons for all Canadians. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. What role do you see for the charitable and nonprofit sector in delivering critical community services? And how would you envision the opportunity to work in collaboration with the federal government in the future? Mr. Lau, we'll start with you, please.
Well, the main thing that usually comes about from the federal government for community services, of course, is funding. But I think two things that I think the Green Party can bring forward that would work better than just funding is to make sure to remove any red tape that's in the way of basic accessing this funding. As a member of Parliament, I would certainly meet with all these community groups and find out what the real problems are and basically publicly show that I'm working hard to demonstrate to them that as a member of Parliament, I have raised the issue in the House of Commons and I'm working every day to try and alleviate that problem. That's what I did full time as a constituent assistant. I was known as a person that basically gave 100% each and every day. And as their elected representative for the member of Parliament for Regina Wascana, I would do that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Mr. McEachern.
Let me tell you a quick little story. Last week, I participated in a short little patrol with a nonprofit organization in Regina that focuses on needle exchange and helping homeless people within Regina. We particularly spent some time in the Heritage community, which is in the riding of Regina Wascana. I had an excellent conversation with these two volunteers who told me about the challenges they face as an NGO working with people on the street, and particularly their work with the federal government. And what I learned from that was, as a representative of Regina Wascana, I'm not only the voice for the people in Wascana View and University Park and Whitmore Park. I'm also the voice for the people who live in downtown Regina, who live in the tents behind the Loris disposal bin, behind the Heritage Community Centre. And these nonprofit groups do a tremendous amount of work in the riding, and as a representative of Regina Wascana, I have a role to play to represent them in Ottawa, find ways to reduce complexities in granting programs, and help them facilitate the myriad of different programs that exist, and ultimately be an ear and be a thoughtful listener who's prepared to take those issues and the concerns that they have and work really hard on their behalf in Ottawa and be a strong advocate for them.
Thank you. Mr. Kram.
Well, this question raises some pretty fundamental questions about the role of government in our society. Should government be determined from the bottom up, or should we determine policies from the top down? I am typically not a big fan of top-down government policies. That's why I like the charitable sector so much. They have the ability to respond to needs in the community so much faster than any federal or provincial government could, quite frankly. So I think that the best way to help our charitable sector is to make sure that donations to charities continue to remain tax deductible. If you are passionate about a charity in your community and you feel more comfortable writing a check to that charity instead of to the tax man every year, I think that making sure that charitable donations remain tax deductible is the best policy that any government can implement.
Thank you, Mr. Kram. How will your government tackle the issue to help rural areas remain competitive and able to contribute to the economy? Mr. Kram, we'll start with you.
Yes, well, we are certainly very fortunate in this province to have a mix of urban and rural communities. And one thing that I have heard over and over again is that rural Saskatchewan, and indeed rural Canada, is continuously at a disadvantage because they do not have access to high-speed internet. There are so many farms and ranches and flour mills and you name it who would like to do business online with live auctions and that sort of thing, but they don't have the bandwidth in these rural communities to conduct business in the 21st century. So the Conservative Party is certainly committed to making sure that we have high-speed internet access available everywhere in Canada as soon as possible.
Thank you. Mr. Lau, over to you.
Yes, as Mr. Kram talked about, broadband is definitely a key consideration. We want to move into the 21st century, and it's no fair to allow our rural communities to be left behind. The Green Party of Canada basically would work hard to basically not only invest and work with telecommunication companies like SaskTel to make sure the job gets done. It shouldn't take 20 years. It should take basically one term of Parliament to get it all done. You know, we need to invest in the new technologies too. As Elon Musk basically talked about, we might be able to use satellite technology. Instead of having to put down landlines, we may be able to all access our smart technology through the satellite technology. So that's something we should look at. I think the federal government should also fund community infrastructure. But I want to go back to something that really is important. At a SUMA debate this morning, somebody asked the question about, you know, getting help from the federal government to fill out these grants. And it is really almost unacceptable that a community member out in rural Saskatchewan has to desperately find somebody or pay someone to fill out grant applications. They should be able to go to their local member of parliament and be able to access these grants directly. I think we need to also double the amount of investment that the federal government puts out into rural communities and make sure that rural citizens are treated equally as their urban citizens are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Mr. McEachern.
Well, the Liberal government has already invested significant dollars into enhancing rural broadband and internet access across this country, whether you're in rural Saskatchewan or rural Nova Scotia. But we also need to remember that rural doesn't just simply mean the southern part of Canada. It also it covers ultimately the northern part as well in the context of rural versus urban. So we continue to look at investing ways to ensure all Canadians have access to high-speed internet. Within the Saskatchewan context, unfortunately, Wascana is very much an urban riding, but as elected as the Member of Parliament for Regina Wascana in a Liberal government, I would obviously have some role to play in advancing the interests of the agricultural sector in Saskatchewan, which is a fundamental part of rural Saskatchewan. And the Liberal government has worked for years and has been long supporting the agriculture sector, and we will continue to do that. Lastly, there's also the ongoing investment in municipal infrastructure across this province. Small towns, resort villages all across this province need federal funding to help build new wastewater treatment plants, water treatment plants, bridges, bridges and roads. These are critical pieces of infrastructure that are needed to attract private investment and help and build and grow their communities.
Thank you. So touching on something you actually just spoke of, Mr. McEachern, maintaining and improving our infrastructure is important to Canadians. What is your party's perspective on investing in this important issue? Mr. Lau, start with you, please.
Well, basically, I mean, for the Green Party of Canada, climate change is the #1 issue. This is a side issue, but we can basically, as we move toward a green economic recovery, we can invest in green technology, we can invest in green infrastructure projects. Not only does this create tons of jobs, but along with a guaranteed livable income, it would just boom our economy. So I don't think we have to worry about deficit spending. I think that would disappear over time quite rapidly, certainly under the Green Party of Canada government. But I think we need to work at, including all the parties, right? We want to remove the hyper-partisanship in the House of Commons. I think the two gentlemen tonight talked about, wonderful ideas. Will they all work? I'm not totally sure, but I certainly would like to hear them out. Why do we have to basically fight about the ideas? Why can't we work together and find the best ideas and best solutions and get that implemented? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Mr. McEachern.
Well, this is an excellent topic. I worked for 12 years with the Saskatchewan Urban Municipalities Association and was on the front lines working with local governments to address infrastructure challenges that we see in this province. The federal government plays a critical role in providing funding to provincial governments and to municipal governments to help offset the costs with respect to infrastructure. The Liberal government back in, I think it was 1996, implemented what was called the Gas Tax Fund. Its name is now changed. It escapes me right at this moment. And it was a key funding program that a lot of municipalities used to build infrastructure, whether it's swimming pools or wastewater and water treatment plants, bridges and roads. And we continue to, and even in 2015, we invested even more money in municipal infrastructure, and we're committed to doing that again. We've seen tremendous growth across this country, and particularly in Wascana. We've seen such things as the Big Dig. We've seen the new Winnipeg Overstreet overpass. We've seen a lot of investment locally with respect to infrastructure. And in the context of environment, one of the things a lot of people don't think about, and this is another area of infrastructure that the federal government is looking at and working closely with our partners on, is around landfills. Landfills are a huge emitter of methane. They're a key infrastructure asset to most municipalities, and a lot of municipalities across this province need assistance in dealing with those landfills.
Thank you. Mr. Kram.
In any given year, between 10 to 15% of the provincial government's budget comes from resource royalties. If we are going to maintain this prosperity in this province, we need to get these pipelines built. And the beauty of that is that these pipelines can all be built with private sector investment. The problem is that we need a regulatory framework that will allow and encourage private sector investment in pipelines and major resource projects in this province and in this country. A Conservative government will make the necessary changes to Bill C-69 and Bill C-48 that have been chasing away these pipeline projects from Western Canada for far too long. We will also support the Lake Diefenbaker project to allow for more irrigation and more prosperity in rural Saskatchewan, and we will not shut down the Regina Air Traffic Control Tower so that we have the air infrastructure that faraway communities need to visit Regina and do business here.
Thank you, Mr. Kram. So over the past number of years and during the pandemic, some long-term care homes, not all, have shown that they were operating far below the bar. What needs to be done to ensure that our loved ones are safe and properly taken care of? Mr. McEachern, we'll start with you.
Sure. Well, of course, the delivering of healthcare is a provincial responsibility, and I don't want to off-put it onto the province, but ultimately that's where it falls. But the federal government does have a role to play in terms of providing some national leadership across the board to our provinces and territories to help them guide and provide some funding and guidance around how do we ensure long-term care facilities in this country provide the lifestyle and the standard and quality of care that our seniors deserve across this country. And we're committed in the upcoming, when we're re-elected, in our platform, we've talked about working with provinces through increased funding and programming to improve long-term care facilities in this country, and also look at in hiring more personal support workers. These are the key people on the front line of these long-term care centers, and looking at ensuring that they see increases in their income to attract qualified people who have the skills and experiences necessary to ensure that our seniors are receiving the best quality care they can in a country that can afford it.
Thank you. Mr. Kram, we'll go to you next.
Well, I think we all owe a big thank you to our long-term care home workers who have worked so hard throughout this pandemic. It has certainly been difficult circumstances for everyone, and I know that those workers are doing the absolute very best that they can. I think it's important to realize that, as Mr. McEachern pointed out, that this is an area of provincial jurisdiction, but these are the same problems that all 10 provinces are encountering: how best to deal with long-term care homes and how to keep COVID out and how to keep the residents safe. And so the Conservative Party is committed to facilitating best practices among all 10 provinces about the best way to keep COVID out of long-term care homes and to stop the spread of COVID and to make sure that our seniors can live out their golden years in the best way possible.
Thank you. Mr. Lau.
I think I want to point out that the Conservative plan of not tying health funding from the federal government to any type of standards and allowing the provinces to do what they do, this is where we have seen the damage in the long-term care. I think we need to look at regular inspections, national standards. The Green Party of Canada has no problem tying health funding to making sure those national standards are upheld and making sure that regular inspections of any long-term care homes are done on a regular basis. It makes no sense to allow private or public institutions to get away with what we've seen happen during this COVID pandemic. Private care sometimes costs between $5,000 to $7,000 per month. This is unaffordable for most Canadians. This makes no sense. I think we need to work together as a parliament and consider the possibility of nationalizing all the long-term care homes across Canada. If the private care homes can't maintain decent standards, then maybe we need to take it all under the government, and we're prepared to do something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. One issue that we haven't really touched on this evening is national pharmacare. What are your perspectives on a national pharmacare program? Mr. Kram, we'll start with you for this question.
Well, I think it would be great if 100% of the Canadian population had access to pharmacare. But I think it's important to realize that we are already very close. Over 90% of Canadians already do have access to prescription drug coverage through their employers or through their spouse or parents or whatever. So I think that the best thing that the federal government can do is, rather than reinvent the wheel, sit down and work with the provinces, sit down and work with the provincial ministries of social services to figure out how can we get that 90% success rate all the way up to 100% so that everyone can benefit from the prescription drug coverage that they need.
Thank you. Mr. Lau.
Well, the Green Party of Canada is clearly in favor of a national pharmacare program. It's been shown through economics that this would save provincial governments tens of millions of dollars. I mean, every provincial government is in deficit right now. We need to bring in programs that make sense. We need to make sure that not only do we have a vibrant Medicare system, but what good is it if you go to your doctor and you get a prescription and you can't fill it? Because it's a choice between filling that prescription or basically paying your rent or putting food on the table for your children. This makes no sense. Once again, Mr. Kram talks about there's 10% of people that are not covered. I think it's actually a larger amount of people. The Conservative Party really is out of touch. And even if it is as low as 10%, are we saying we leave these 10% behind? He's talking about talking with the provincial governments. Well, Erin O'Toole should have been talking to all the Conservative governments and getting it done. You know, just because he's waiting to become the next Prime Minister to get something done is irresponsible. The Liberals took forever, as Mr. Kram pointed out. It was talked about in the 1990s, and now it's 2021, and they still can't get it done. It's time to elect a Green Party government, let alone a Green Party member of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Mr. McEachern.
Well, I would say that I think the Liberal government and the Liberal Party is prepared to get it done and will get it done. We've already set the stage for that to happen in the very near future. Most recently, in the month of August, we signed an agreement with the province of PEI to officially start sort of what we would first see the foundation for a national pharmacare program. We're going to be working with that province as a pilot program to look at the pros and cons and some of the challenges as we use, and we'll use the findings from that project and that program to help develop a national pharmacare program. Pharmacare is supported by the Liberal Party delegates at conventions in the past, and as you said, the Liberal government has talked about it for a while, and I think now we're at a stage that we're prepared and we will deliver on it. Most importantly, you know, we need to work with the provinces and territories to find what elements of the program will work best. And of course, we know a lot of Canadians across this country have access to private health care services and prescription and pharmacare programs through different private providers. But we do know there are many other Canadians. And I suspect that number is actually quite high. And those Canadians need to be taken care of as well. And we also see across the country a number of drugs that are far exceeding the cost that most Canadians can afford and are not currently covered. And we need to look at those issues as well.
Thank you. All right, we have time for one last question this evening. So we've talked about a number of issues. What is the single biggest issue facing Canadians today that needs to be addressed? Mr. Lau, we'll start with you, please.
Well, it's pretty obvious for the Green Party candidate is climate action. Nothing else matters, but in addition to working to move us away from the climate emergency, put Canada in a better position to not only protect our communities from climate change, but to create those new jobs in the new economy. This is not a terrifying time. This is a time of growth. This is a time of making new choices. I would argue that in Regina Wascana, if you were to elect either the Conservative member back in, you're going to get the same old, same old. In fact, you're going to get basically moving back on climate issues. If you elect Mr. McEachern for the Liberals, we've seen Mr. Trudeau break promises. In fact, his government was in power for 5 years and missed all the climate targets. It is an embarrassment. The two major parties, I would argue, do not deserve your support. We want to work with them. We want to make sure that their ideas are at the table and that their representatives are open to dialogue. But I believe the Green Party of Canada has a singular mission to make sure all our communities are safe. I urge you to vote Green, and I hope I've earned your support for September 20th. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McEachern, over to you.
Well, I think climate change is obviously one of the common ones that I hear at the doorsteps, but that needs to be couched, of course, working in concert with the economy. Canadians are keenly aware that climate change is something we're seeing. We saw a drought again in Saskatchewan. We're seeing wildfires in BC. We're seeing oceans rising on the Atlantic side of this country, and Canadians are aware of that. But at the same point in time, we need to address climate change while still keeping a balance with the economy. We're coming out of the pandemic. We need to work with Canadians to help grow our economy and get them back to work and reinvest and continue to attract investment in this country, attract new immigrants, and bring this all together while still maintaining an important focus on climate change. But the third point that I want to talk about, I think, is also very important, and that's generally what elections are about. It's about leadership. Who is going to represent you the best in the national stage? Who from Regina Wascana has the skills and experience to be able to be a strong voice for you, to take your issues and concerns, be a thoughtful listener, be engaging, show up, be present, and take your issues and advocate and advance your interests in Ottawa?
Thank you very much. Mr. Kram.
The single most important issue in this election is the pandemic. Let me repeat that. The single most important issue in this election is the pandemic. And we need to get out of this pandemic, and then we need to start figuring out how to pay for this $1 trillion debt that we've dug ourselves into. I am very much of the opinion that our focus for the foreseeable future has to be getting the economy back to normal, getting some semblance of normalcy back in our lives, and then paying down this $1 trillion debt. Every single person alive today will be feeling the financial repercussions of this pandemic for literally the rest of their natural lives. So getting some semblance of normalcy back to our country's finances has to be our number 2 priority after we get out of this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, it has been quite an informative debate this evening. I want to thank our candidates for sharing their time with us tonight. Thank you for watching Decision 2021, Our Country, Our Vote, brought to you by Access Now, the Regina and Region Home Builders, the Saskatchewan Realtors Association, Regina Downtown, Regina's Warehouse District, and the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce. We will now go to our closing comments, which are in the reverse order of the opening comments. You will each have 2 minutes, and we will start with Mr. Lau.
The Green Party of Canada wants to re-emphasize, even though the climate change issue did not come up in many debates, it is the overarching issue that must be decided by the next Parliament. And in order to do that, I believe, and the Green Party of Canada believes, we need to elect as many members of Parliament from the Green Party as possible. I will work hard on all issues in Regina Wascana as your member of Parliament, but key things that I will work on include things like the green economic recovery that leaves nobody behind. We need to implement a guaranteed livable income that's already been costed out and we know will work. We need to talk about truth and reconciliation. All members of Parliament should be working hard to implement all 94 recommendations. There's no discussion about that. I'm glad to hear that both the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party are going to basically improve mental health services by funding the provinces and territories. But we need to include that under Medicare. What good is it to fund it if people still can't access those services? We need to entrench that under Medicare, expand Medicare to include other services like dental, optical, pharmacare. You've heard tonight about all of our platform, but we need to talk about ending the partisanship. The new Parliament will be formed after September 20th, and I believe the Green Party of Canada has the best way to move forward because we are the party of consensus and cooperation. I look forward to earning your vote on September 20th and becoming your Member of Parliament after that time, and I will look forward to engaging you at the doorsteps. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Mr. McEachern.
Well, first off, I want to thank the organizers for this forum tonight. I think it was definitely a healthy discussion for the voters out there in Regina Wascana to hear the positions of the three of us. I also want to continue on with just sort of thanking my volunteers on my campaign. Elections are tiring events. We burn through some holes in shoes. We have some good times together, but if it wasn't for volunteers, people door knocking, people calling, people handing out pamphlets, I'd never really be able to get to share with the residents of Regina Wascana who I am and what the Liberal Party of Canada wants to deliver to build a better Canada. I also want to thank voters for taking the time to engage at the door, to have those conversations about mental health and healthcare and climate change and water and access to water for First Nations communities. It's important. It's nice to see as someone who's running to be the representative for Regina Wascana to have those engaging conversations, and I commit to you, when elected as the Member of Parliament for Regina Wascana, I'll be back at your door again. I think it's important to continue those conversations, to have engage with people who agree with me, people who don't agree with me, and be able to come to some common ground and compromise so we can advance those common interests. And lastly, I would say that, I started off this forum with a focus around who's best to sort of represent you, who has the best skills and experience, and I will say it again, that, we need to be in the room where the decisions are made, and I'm the candidate who has those skills and experiences to advocate and represent you and be a strong voice for Regina Wascana.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kram.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am running in this campaign because I believe that for the people of Saskatchewan and Western Canada, this is one of the most important elections in recent history. Today, more than ever before, we know beyond all doubt that Justin Trudeau is not a leader. This has been shown in many ways. To this day, he has not admitted his conflict of interest in the WE scandal. The rules just don't apply to Justin Trudeau. Trudeau has made the reckless decision to call an unnecessary election in the midst of a pandemic for no other reason than his own personal ambition. He has threatened the long-term future of our nation, the future of you, your children, and your grandchildren. By plunging our country into $1.4 trillion of debt with no plan to ever return to balanced budgets, he threatens to cripple our nation with ever-increasing interest charges. As we emerge from the pandemic, we must stay focused exclusively on the rebuilding of our economy, not building up Justin Trudeau's personal ambitions. As the Conservative Party candidate for Regina Wascana, I am here to offer you a better way. The Conservatives' Secure the Future plan will bring back the jobs that we lost to the pandemic through common sense initiatives that will benefit every Canadian. We will rebuild the retail sector, the restaurant sector, and the tourism industry. At the same time, we will care for the most vulnerable citizens in our society by increasing supports for affordable housing, mental health, addictions, and childcare for those who need it most. And we will do all of this while balancing the budget within 10 years. On September 20th in Regina Wascana, vote for me, Michael Kram, and the Conservative Party. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes our Regina Wascana riding debate. I'm Nicole Shepherd. I want to once again thank our sponsors for their community leadership and support, the Association of Saskatchewan Realtors, the Regina and Region Home Builders, Regina Downtown, Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District, Access Now TV, and the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce. And thank you to you, our viewers, for taking the time to be with us tonight. Our next debate, featuring candidates from the Regina Lewvan riding, will begin at 8:00 p.m. tonight. Most importantly, before we end for the evening, I would like to strongly encourage you to make sure that your voice is heard and get out and cast your vote on Monday, September 20th. Stay safe, everyone, and have a great night.
The views, information, and opinions expressed during the following program are solely those of the individuals involved and do not necessarily represent the views of Access Communications, its representatives, or its employees. Decision 2021 Federal Election. Live debate coverage is brought to you by the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce, the Saskatchewan Realtors Association, the Regina and Region Home Builders Association, Regina Downtown, and the Regina Warehouse District.
September 20th is Federal Election Day, and Canadian residents have the responsibility to choose the candidates who will best serve our country. All eligible voters may vote for the Member of Parliament who will represent the riding in which they live. Saskatchewan has 14 federal ridings. To find out which riding you live in or to check if you're registered to vote, call 1-800-463-6868 or visit www.elections.ca. As a public service to the communities in the 11 ridings we serve, Access Communications has invited the officially declared federal candidates to present a campaign message for airing exclusively on Access Now TV. The views and opinions expressed in the following campaign messages are those of the candidates. Regina Lewvan is located on the west side of Regina. Its boundaries are Armour Road on the north, Pinkey Road, Courtney Street, and Campbell Street on the west, Highway 1 on the south, and Albert Street, Victoria Avenue, Lewvan Drive, and Pasqua Street on the east. Voters in Regina Lewvan are eligible to elect one of the following candidates. Susan Cameron, representing the Liberal Party. Tria Donaldson, representing the New Democratic Party. Rod Klechko, representing the People's Party. Incumbent Warren Steinley, representing the Conservative Party. Or Michael Wright, representing the Green Party.
Good evening and welcome to Decision 2021, Our Country, Our Vote. My name is Nicole Shepard and I will be your moderator for tonight's debate. This evening is being brought to you by Access Now, the Regina and Region Home Builders, the Saskatchewan Realtors Association, Regina Downtown, Regina's Warehouse District, and the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce. In preparation for this evening's debate, draws were made for opening comments, with the reverse being for closing comments. Podium position, first question response, and first to begin the candidate question to question rounds. I would now like to introduce you to the candidates for Regina Lewvan. Representing the Liberal Party, Susan Cameron. Representing the Conservative Party, Warren Steinley. And representing the Green Party, Michael Wright. So we're going to start with our opening comments, and the first opening comment this evening goes to you, Mr. Steinley. I'll turn it over to you. You have 2 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Nicole, and thank you very much to the sponsors of this evening's debate. I'd like to start off by framing the question. The question is, do Canadians want Justin Trudeau to be their Prime Minister for the next 4 years? And I think we've heard on the doorsteps time and time again, it's time for a change. It's time for a government that puts people first instead of their own ambitions. Everyone knows this is an election that was called just because the Prime Minister wants his majority government. We have BC wildfires, we have a serious situation in Afghanistan, and the country needs leadership, and this is the time Justin Trudeau decides to throw us into a pandemic election. We all know that we have a serious situation with the health of our country and our citizens, and we should be doing that work now instead of campaigning. Erin O'Toole and the Conservative Party of Canada have a plan to secure a future, secure our mental health, secure our economy, and secure our country so that we're ready for the next pandemic instead of scrambling and trying to get things done in a piecemeal manner. I ask you all to take a look at the choices on the stage and look at our Conservative Party platform, a plan to recover Canada, and I ask for your support on September the 20th. And finally, I'd like to thank the 20,000 people in Regina Lewvan that has already cast their ballot through mail-in or advance polls. Thank you very much for taking part of the democratic process.
Thank you very much, Mr. Steinley. Ms. Cameron, we'll go to you next.
Thank you very much, Nicole, and thank you to the sponsors of tonight's event for organizing. I'd like to begin with acknowledging that this studio and our constituency is on treaty lands, Treaty 4, the lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, and Lakota First Nations, as well as the homeland of the Métis Nation. We honor and respect these treaties, and we commit to move forward in partnership with the Indigenous nations on whose land we stand. As long as the sun shines and the river flows and the grass grows, we are all treaty people. I'm looking forward to sharing a few thoughts about Regina Lewvan's future with you tonight. Myself, I am Susan Cameron, and I am your Liberal candidate for Regina Lewvan. I'm a Saskatchewan girl, raised right in the constituency of Regina Lewvan. My husband Brent and I actually grew up in the constituency a few doors down from each other, and we're proud to have built our lives here. I've spent 30 years serving our community as a teacher, as a volunteer, as a sport builder, a coach, and as a public servant en français et en anglais. And now I want to serve as your MP for Regina Lewvan. As a Liberal, I believe in a fairer, more just, and equitable society. I believe in a robust economy, coexisting with a healthy environment. And I believe in building a community where we are all safe to seek rich and satisfying lives. I've been looking forward to this debate, and I can't wait to get started.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cameron. Mr. Wright, over to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you again to Access Communications for hosting these forums and debates. You can always count on Access to be essentially the only place broadcasting this type of democratic forum on the public airways in Saskatchewan. So I think everybody that's interested in democracy should thank them. So I'm Michael Wright. I'm your Green Party candidate here in Regina Lewvan. So I'd like to ask you the same thing I've been asking everybody we see when we go around door to door. Have you considered voting Green? Would you consider it now? And if you're like the majority of people that we've spoken to, you are considering it. You've been thinking about it for a while. And just because the other parties are out here representing their platform doesn't mean that you can't also choose the Green option. So, while you're thinking about that, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a teacher with Regina Public Schools. Je parle aussi français. Je fais les cours de mathématiques en français et les autres sujets aussi. I also speak Spanish, actually. Hablo español y estoy aquí para representar toda la gente de esa circunscripción. Before I was a teacher with Regina Public Schools, I was an engineer with the Ministry of Highways. I was involved in the construction of highways all over our province, and I was also involved in the formulation of transportation policy at the ministry. So I know how government works exactly, and I can tell you we can do a lot better. We can do a lot better on climate change for our people. We can do better on reconciliation. We can do better on equity for people of different gender identities and sexual orientations. These are some of the issues that I'm going to bring forward in this debate. We're incredibly concerned about climate change. We're the Green Party. We're the only party in this riding that is saying that we shouldn't build more pipelines. We're saying that the ones that we have are enough. We're saying that we should stop the leaks and we should patch them up. We're also advocating on peace, on justice, on democracy. We're asking you, September 20th, please vote Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wright. Thank you, everyone, for your opening remarks. Now let's jump right into our questions for the evening. So the first question will go to Mr. Steinley. You'll have the opportunity to respond first. The Government of Canada's fiscal position is important to Canadians. What are your party's plans in relation to balancing the budget or debt to GDP ratio?
Thank you very much for the question, Nicole. And that's such an important question. We've heard it time and time again on the doorsteps. People are not worried only about this generation, but the next generation and a generation after that on how much debt is being racked up in this country. We are the only party that is committed to balancing the budget over the next 10 years. This is from the Parliamentary Budget Officer's own mouth. He said, if we stay on this fiscal track, the budget will not be balanced until 2070. I will be 89 years old. That is unacceptable. No household can run on that, and the government cannot continue to borrow money. Right now, the Trudeau Liberals are borrowing $424 million a day. That's money we don't have and money that our kids are going to have to pay back. We have a fiscally responsible plan, and that's what you'll get with the Conservative Party of government and Erin O'Toole as our next Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Steinley. Ms. Cameron, over to you.
Could you repeat the question?
Absolutely. The Government of Canada's fiscal position is important to Canadians. What are your party's plans in relation to balancing the budget or debt to GDP ratio?
Thank you very much. We've just lived through a once-in-a-century pandemic, and there have been extraordinary measures taken for extraordinary times. And yes, our government has done everything that needed to be done to keep us safe, to keep us whole, and to keep our economy going. And yes, that meant spending. I am very proud that that is how our federal government, our federal Liberal government, stood up for Canadians. I would wonder what piece of that would not have come through for Canadians. I'm also here representing the federal government and what we have done already. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cameron. So climate change is one of the top issues. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I'll give you the opportunity to respond as well.
That's okay. Thank you very much. You know, we are the third party, but I think we're providing a different answer substantively. Now, I will say there's something wrong with the society when we're worried more about balancing budgets than we are about homelessness, than we are about forests being caught on fire because of record heat waves, than we are about people having lead in their water, than we are about reserves not having clean water. So, I mean, that's the type of thing we should be talking about. Now, I am comfortable with the government adopting like a decreasing debt to GDP ratio. I mean, I think we're going on that. I think it's kind of amusing to hear, you know, the Conservatives and Liberals arguing about this. Stephen Harper didn't balance the budget. Justin Trudeau didn't balance the budget. So, I mean, there's no substantive difference on these parties. They're both debt spenders. I think the difference between them and the Green Party is that we are sustainable. So, for instance, we have a different plan on the carbon tax. Instead of just refunding it to individuals, we are saying that we'll take a sectoral approach, sector by sector, so to encourage our local economies to grow. So that would be a good use of our tax money instead of what we've seen from the other parties.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wright. So now that you've all had a bit of a teaser of the question that's coming up next, so let's talk about climate change. So again, it's one of the top issues in this election. What needs to be done to address climate change? Ms. Cameron, we'll start with you.
Okay. Well, we do need to have healthy people in order to have a healthy economy and then to have a healthy planet. And I believe in fighting the climate crisis while also protecting Saskatchewan jobs and the industries that are important here. Climate change is real. And we've seen it this summer with the wildfires and the drought and flooding. And here in Saskatchewan especially, we've seen it with the impact for our agriculture sector and the ranchers. We also know that Saskatchewan plays a large role in reducing our net zero emissions, in reducing our emissions. And there's no way that we can reach net zero without Saskatchewan. From my seat in having served the agriculture industry, I know that we need to do this carefully, with due care and attention, and not too quickly in our transition to away from oil and gas to support our industries.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wright, we'll go to you next, please.
Thank you. To have substantive action on climate change, we have to have less emissions. So constructing a pipeline does not correlate with less emissions, I can tell you. Does not take a degree in engineering to figure this out. So Instead of putting our money into a pipeline that won't be built for years, maybe a decade, in an era when the price of oil during the pandemic, where the spot price of it went negative and you had to pay money to get rid of oil, instead of investing money in that, we should be investing in things like transmission lines to Manitoba. Manitoba generates almost all of their energy from hydroelectricity. They export it to the United States because we have never developed the lines to move the energy to Saskatchewan. So we're saying, let's build the solar potential in Saskatchewan and the wind potential. And on those windy days and those solar-powered days, they can shut off the dams in Manitoba. And then on the days when it's not so sunny and it's not so windy, they'll open up the dams in Manitoba, and then we can have balance in energy. That's just one real action that you're hearing on climate change from the only party representing it, the Green Party.
Thank you very much. Mr. Steinley.
Thank you very much. The Conservatives have a real plan to reach their emission reduction targets by 2030 while repealing Justin Trudeau's carbon tax. As a father of 3 young children, I think environmental policies are very important. I want to leave a cleaner, greener, fresher country and environment for my children. And I think that's a legacy we could all agree with on this stage. One thing that I do find something where we can move forward is also making sure that we're not polluting our rivers, lakes, and oceans. The Conservatives brought forward a private member's bill by Andrew Scheer to stop the dumping of raw sewage into the St. Lawrence, into the Pacific Oceans, and the Liberals and the NDP voted against that bill. So I think amongst the targets we need to reach, lower our emissions, but also make sure that we're not polluting our lakes, rivers, and oceans. That's an important goal and something that Conservatives have worked hard to do, and we'd like some help from the other parties on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So another important issue for Canadians is the economy. What, if anything, would your party do to grow our economy? Mr. Wright, we'll start with you, please.
Thank you. So Saskatchewan requires made in Saskatchewan plans to grow our economy. We've seen nothing but plans coming out of Ottawa. We've seen failures from the provincial government. So I'll tell you, we have economists trained in growing our economy here at the University of Regina. One of them is Dr. Brett Dolter. His PhD thesis is on greening the Saskatchewan grid. So we need to follow the best practices of the people that we already have working right here in Saskatchewan, so that something like our carbon tax can energize different sectors, where we refund money to farmers that produce less than the agricultural sector average in carbon emissions, where we refund money to manufacturers that also have less emissions than the average. Same thing for primary energy. This is the only way forward. This is the only way that we can have that green transition, if we just follow best practices and not failed ideology.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Mr. Steinley, over to you.
Thank you very much, and that's an important question. And one thing that we've had in our Secure the Future plan and Canada's recovery plan is we would recover the 1 million jobs lost during the pandemic. And unlike Mr. Wright, we want to build pipelines. We think that's a great way to export our energy to the world. And I'll say it here right now is that when you don't build in pipelines in Canada, we have the most environmentally clean energy source in the world. Our oil and gas industry does it better than anyone else. So when you displace a barrel of oil in Canada, it gets done by Saudi Arabia or Russia that don't have our environmental standards and don't treat our workers the way they should be, like they do here in Canada. So I would say that we will create jobs by once again supporting our oil and gas industry, supporting our agriculture industry, and supporting our manufacturing industries, and making sure that we have more made in Canada solutions, because the world needs more Canada. And I think the last barrel of oil on earth should be drilled in Canada, because of our environmental records and how we treat our workers and how we make sure that we get that to port.
Thank you. Ms. Cameron, over to you.
Well, I would absolutely reiterate that the first step in growing our economy is making sure that Canadians are safe and healthy. Job number one is keeping Canadians safe. Then we move forward, and we know that with the pandemic, the effects of it were not experienced equally by all people. And we know that women in Canada were especially impacted by the pandemic. And one absolute foolproof way of growing our economy is re-engaging more women into the economy. And the best way to do that is to offer women affordable, accessible, and inclusive childcare. so that they can fully engage and not have to make the heartbreaking decision between their ambition and their love for their children. Affordability is one piece of it, but we also need to make sure that we are increasing the number of spaces so that women know that they're not waiting for a wait list to have their children in it, and it needs to be inclusive for language and ethnic cultures.
Thank you very much. So this was touched on a little bit in your response to the last question. We're going to continue talking about the oil and gas sector. So the oil and gas sector is a vital economic anchor in our province, but the development of pipelines to move Canadian energy has been challenging, to say the least. What would you do, if anything, to protect the industry that so many Canadian families rely on for jobs and income? Mr. Steinley, we'll start with you on this one, please.
Thank you very much. Well, unlike my two colleagues on the podium today, I will support the energy sector in the oil and gas sector. I think the hardworking USW 5890 members at Everest Steel do a great job. 95% of that steel in the Everest Steel is recycled steel, so they're picking that out of pastures and the back 40 in Western Canada and cleaning it up and making it into a useful product. The energy sector needs a proponent in Ottawa, not a government that keeps on bringing forward policies that kneecaps that industry, like Bill C-69 and Bill C-48. We'll repeal C-48, make sure C-69 helps to create investment in Canada. We've lost over $100 billion in investment in Canada over the Liberals' last 5 years. That is jobs for Indigenous communities. They shelved Tech Frontier, where 14 out of 14 Indigenous communities wanted that as a generational opportunity for their kids. And now because of Liberal ideology, it got shelved. We need a proponent and an advocate in Ottawa, and I will always be on Saskatchewan's side when it comes to the energy and oil and gas sector.
Thank you, Mr. Steinley. Ms. Cameron, we'll go to you next, please.
So no government in our history has done as much for the climate and for our environment as the Liberal government. And this is because we have detailed, planned ways to do it. Our plan moving forward is to continue to support oil and gas. Oil and gas is not going anywhere, and especially in Saskatchewan, where our farms definitely need to continue with oil and gas. That transition cannot be too quick for our agriculture industry. So we will continue to rely on that to a certain degree. However, what is holding us back is not adequately investing in other technologies. And the Liberal government is designating $2 billion, the Future Fund, to go to Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland to invest in hydrogen, wind, solar, biofuels, nuclear. Everything is on the table. And we need to find a Saskatchewan way to do it. You need a Saskatchewan voice to put up their hand for it.
Thank you. Mr. Wright.
I think what the workers in Saskatchewan need to know is that we're on your side for there to be a just transition. When oil and gas is no longer a viable industry, there will be training for you. There will be high-tech jobs, good-paying jobs in the future for you. I need people to understand that in the United States we've seen similar rhetoric that what we've just heard from the Conservative and Liberal Party. We had somebody like Donald Trump telling people in West Virginia that coal jobs were going to come back, and that was going to be the future. So this is a more milder form of this, but there is no future in dying technology. There is no future in carbon that we have agreed multilaterally around the world that we need to take action on this for the sake of the human species. So that's the future that we're talking about. So without using the money that we have now in carbon while it's still there to transition to technologies of the future, we're failing current generations, we're failing people that will need those jobs in 10 years. We can't end up like the Rust Belts of the United States. We have to do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wright. So the next question is around housing. What can be done to make housing more affordable and attainable for Canadians, in particular for first-time home buyers? And Ms. Cameron, we'll start with you on this question, please.
Thank you. So I think I'm going to begin with addressing a point that Mr. Steinley's been making on his social media, and he's not alone. Mr. O'Toole's also been saying the same things, pointing to an imaginary tax on people's homes. And as a teacher, I don't like to give a failing grade, so I'll say not yet, but your reading comprehension could use some work. The Liberal government will indeed put in numerous great tools to make to make a first home more affordable. We will help a family save for their first home with a no tax in, no tax out savings account. And additionally, we will reduce the number of homes that are being flipped by making sure that you pay taxes if you spend less than a year in that primary home.
Thank you. Mr. Wright, we'll go to you next.
Yeah, thank you. On the issue of housing affordability, I think the plans being offered by the mainstream parties are doing nothing for normal people. We already have things like TFSAs that are savings accounts. We already have RSPs that you can withdraw money for different reasons. So people with money already have access to these tools, and they will be using them. So giving more tools to more people with money is not going to help people that can't save extra money to begin with from their paycheck, much less thinking, ooh, how much extra income tax am I paying? That's not for everybody. And let me tell you, that's going to do nothing but drive the long-term price of homes up. Any economist can tell you, put more money in the housing market without addressing the supply side. I mean, just giving more money to the demand side, you're going to drive it up. So the Green Party's been about building public housing, inclusive housing, housing that's accessible for everybody. That's the real solution that needs to happen for Canada.
Thank you very much. Mr. Steinley, same question to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. And that's a very good question for first-time home buyers, which you mentioned in your opening statement, is we'll fix the mortgage stress test to stop discriminating against business owners, contractors, and other non-permanent employees, including casual workers. We'll encourage a new market of 7 to 10-year mortgages to provide stability both for first-time home buyers and lenders, opening another secure path to home ownership for Canadians and reducing the need for the mortgage stress test. And remove the requirements to conduct a stress test when a homeowner renews a mortgage with another lender instead of only when staying with their current lender, as the case is today. I think those are important steps moving forward. And Ms. Cameron, when you talk about your home tax, which you are going to levy, it's on your platform on page 15, and your candidate in New Brunswick said exactly that he said these words. He said, you know, I don't like the policy, but I guess we do have to do it. And you don't have to tax homeowners when they sell the primary residence. And just because you repeat it so many times, Catherine McKenna said it best, is if you repeat it loud enough, it becomes true. That's not true. You're going to tax home ownership, Ms. Cameron.
Thank you very much. It is now time for our candidate-to-candidate questions. So each candidate will have the opportunity to ask a question of their choosing to one of the other candidates. That candidate will then have 1 minute to respond to the question. So Mr. Steinley, you may ask the first question to one of your peers.
Mr. Wright, you said in the opening that the Harper government didn't balance a budget, which is a lie, because in 2015, the budget was balanced before the Liberals came over. So why would you repeat that? It's a falsehood. Conservatives have shown time and time again that we are the party that can get the economy back on track. We helped during the 2008 recession. Finance Minister Flaherty, Prime Minister Harper were the ones that had the quickest recovery in the G7, and that's what we'll do under Erin O'Toole as a Conservative government. So why would you repeat the lie that the Conservatives never balanced the budget in 2015?
You know what, Mr. Steinley? I do apologize. In the 9 years of the Harper government, I suppose they did balance the budget once, which is why you brought up that one particular year. In the other years, they just spend. I mean, in Saskatchewan, we know the history of the Tory government. If you remember the Grant Devine Tories, spend. We remember that at least the New Democrats had a bit of financial sense. The Saskatchewan Party came in. Mr. Steinley was in that government. They spent. They spent billions on a bypass. I can tell you from my time at the Ministry of Highways, there's no need for that type of spending. So, I mean, I apologize for being wrong in the technicality. I think you guys should apologize for being wrong on fiscal responsibility in general.
Thank you for your response, Mr. Wright. Ms. Cameron, you may now ask a question of one of the other candidates.
Thank you, Nicole. My question is for my Conservative opponent. Mr. Steinley, many voters are unsure of where Mr. O'Toole sits on a number of social issues that matter to us. He presents himself in French and in Eastern Canada as a moderate. But voters here in Regina are skeptical about whether his caucus will follow him on those moderate ideas. Conservatives have shown that they will vote against their leader, much as you did, including on the vote to ban conversion therapy and restricting abortion access. Mr. Steinley, my question is, as a person with a uterus, what happens to my body is my business, my choice, and Erin O'Toole supports a person's right to safe abortions without restrictions. Do you?
So Mrs. Cameron's talking about a few votes I had in the House of Commons, and one of them was on sex-selective abortion. And I voted in favor of that bill because I don't think it's right to have an abortion just because you don't want to have a baby girl. I have a daughter that's 6 years old, and I couldn't imagine a world where she's not in it just because she's a little girl. So Mrs. Cameron, if you think that's right, that's your prerogative. Also on Bill C6, the Act to amend the Criminal Code, I voted against it because the Liberals at the committee didn't review 300 submissions by Canadians across the country when they had questions about what would happen with this Act to amend the Criminal Code. There's a 5-year penalty. We listened to doctors, social workers, teachers who had concerns about talking to children about their sexuality. And the unintended consequences of legislation is important. I voted in favor of the bill on first reading because conversion therapy is an abhorrent practice and no one's in favor of it. But also in legislation, words matter, and I take my job seriously. So that's why I think those 300 submissions at committee level should have been heard.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wright, you may ask a question of one of your opponents.
Sure. I'd like to ask Mr. Steinley a question. Just before I get into my real question, I'd like him to actually answer Ms. Cameron's question about abortion, because I don't think he answered it. I think people ought to know that I'm your pro-choice candidate. You know, I don't have a uterus. It's none of my business. But really, I'd like to ask him, so there was these 300 submissions about the conversion therapy bill. Mr. Steinley, did you consider all the children that showed up at the Regina Public School Board office, you know, when this was an issue in the city? I want to know, did you consider the mental health of all the kids and all the people in this riding that were counting on you to defend them? Why, if you're talking about mental health now, why didn't you consider the mental health of the people that needed you to stand up for them?
Mr. Wright, that's an easy question. I did consider the mental health. When you hear doctors, teachers, social workers talk about not wanting to have conversations with students about sexuality because of this bill and the Act to amend the Criminal Code in a 5-year jail term, you're actually doing the reciprocal. You're actually taking away some options for these kids. So I considered their mental health. I considered the ability of parents to have conversations with their children. I considered the actual ability for these kids to go and have the conversations that they want to have. I believe sexuality is absolutely important to you, and anyone can love anyone. And when it comes down to what I believe is I respect and trust all people when they have these conversations, and I think conversion therapy, as I said, which you're trying to make it look like I'm homophobic, which I'm not, Mr. Wright. Nice Facebook post, by the way. That was really, really interesting that you boosted a Facebook post like that. So I think everyone deserves the respect of everyone when it comes to making your own sexual choices.
Thank you very much. So let's get back into our questions. Healthcare is an important issue to Canadians. What is your party's position related to healthcare and healthcare funding to the provinces? Mr. Wright, we'll start with you, please.
Thank you. So we are on the same mission that Tommy Douglas embarked on decades ago in this province, that we want to have universal access for Medicare for everybody. Now, we know from the economists that when you provide universal access to these services through the government, the price drops dramatically. We know that through SGI because we have the lowest insurance rates in the country, and there's barely any administrative overhead. We know that's the case with Medicare because we provide Medicare for everybody in Canada, unlike the United States that spends more money per GDP than we do. Almost 50% more and cannot manage to insure everybody. So, I mean, we know there's lots of people in this province that have things like vision care, dental care, pharmacare, often through our workplaces. It's a lot of people already. So there's a lot of people that are insured. So to get universal coverage for everybody would just involve covering the uninsured, will make up the difference through the lowering in administration rates. This is the green alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Ms. Cameron, we'll go to you next.
All right. Saskatchewan is the birthplace of Canada's universal healthcare system, and I'm committed to building on that legacy. You know, we're here in this studio, and even to another degree, we've been kind of sheltered within running our campaigns, but we are in the midst of a growing disaster in our healthcare system here in Saskatchewan. And I would love for viewers to see the difference of the leadership of the Liberal Party and Justin Trudeau on one hand, and the leadership of our provincial government right now with COVID-19, which is non-existent, completely shirked. And I would also take this moment to salute the hard work of our healthcare workers who are under extreme duress right now and could really use some strong leadership, and I'm very glad that it's being offered at the federal level, and that must continue.
Thank you very much. Mr. Steinley.
Thank you. The Conservatives are committing to having 6% increase in health transfers to the provinces over the first 4 years of government. Also, if the Liberals were so concerned about the health of Canadians, they wouldn't have called an election during the fourth wave of COVID. So, sorry, Mrs. Cameron, to say that you care about Canadians' health care and then calling an ambitious election because your leader wants a majority, it really doesn't ring true. You can't do one and the other, Mrs. Cameron.
So
I think that when it comes to health care, we can trust what Erin O'Toole and the Conservatives will say, but not Justin Trudeau and his Liberals. They continue. Actually, when they did health transfers, they actually lowered health transfers. They always say Mr. Harper did. That's untrue. The only Prime Minister to actually lower health transfers to the provinces in the last decade is Justin Trudeau. So when we listen to what the Liberals say, sometimes their actions don't match their words.
Thank you very much. So in a similar vein, how will your party help fight homelessness and poverty in Canada? Another major issue. Mr. Steinley, we'll start with you, please.
I think it's one of the most pressing issues we're facing is around the country, people that can't afford a home or don't have a place to go at night. And when we look at the Conservatives' plans to help raise people out of poverty, it does start with being responsible and actually getting the rate of inflation under control. People are paying more for food, for groceries, for home heating, for gas. And when we're talking about how we need to ensure that everyone participates and is seeing a benefit to the economy, that's what we're talking about. You put in a carbon tax that hits the most vulnerable. You put in so many different taxes, and my green friend would probably want to do the same thing. When you raise taxes, it hurts the most vulnerable people because the price of everyday goods and necessity goes up. So what we're going to look at doing is making sure there's an economy in Canada where everyone benefits. It's time for people to start making paychecks and ensuring that they have jobs to get to and making sure that they aren't waiting for a check in the mail but have an opportunity to grow and have a paycheck and a place to call home.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wright, we'll go to you next.
Thank you. So we've seen during the pandemic that there was support giving to people, the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, and this was, a miracle for lots of people. So part of the thing about being homeless, is just not having cash. So part of the solution to that is giving people money. And I mean, the other piece of it, obviously, is giving people homes. So, we want the housing solution and the homelessness solution to be aligned. So the other party solutions on housing is to inflate the price of the housing market. This is doing nothing for constructing new public housing. This is doing nothing for getting people into homes that cannot afford them because they don't have, money to spend on the mortgage rather than the rent. They can't qualify for the mortgage. They can't save for a mortgage. Maybe they just prefer renting, they're in whatever financial position people are. It has to be a society for everybody. So that's why the housing solution and the homelessness solution have to go hand in hand for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cameron, over to you.
Thank you. So absolutely, you cannot have a healthy community without addressing poverty, food insecurity, and cost of living. And certainly, again, I stand here representing the Liberal government and what already has been done, and you can expect to continue going. I think one of the most amazing policies of the last 40 years has to have been the Canada Child Benefit. This was instituted in 2016 after the Liberal government was first elected, and we saw over 400,000 children lifted out of poverty, 11,000 which were here in Regina Lewvan. This is an amazing thing and would certainly needs to continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Addressing labor force shortages is vital to Canada's economic future. As a member of Parliament, what would you do to address this critical issue? And Ms. Cameron, we'll start with you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question one more time?
Absolutely. Addressing labor force shortages is vital to Canada's economic future. As a member of Parliament, what would you do to address this critical issue?
You know, I would go back again to the fact that Saskatchewan needs investment and a voice in moving forward in the future. That we need to have the Liberal plan of exploring more energy resources. The $2 billion Futures Fund in the Liberal platform will go towards the training the retraining and training of former oil and gas workers. That will be in partnership with unions and educational institutions, Indigenous peoples, and there will be also significant attention to making sure that we incorporate underrepresented groups in that area. That includes Indigenous peoples, women, and Two-Spirit LGBTQ folks who are not normally or haven't historically been in that group.
Thank you very much. Mr. Steinley, we'll go to you next.
Absolutely. The Conservative Party has secure working for job training for workers across the country, and it is threefold. First of all, Canada's Conservatives will ensure that workers have the training they need for the jobs of today and tomorrow by supporting training programs run by unions and other groups. We'll double the apprenticeship job creation tax credit for the next 3 years to help create more places for apprenticeship. Invest $250 million over the next 2 years to create the Job Training Fund. The fund will provide grants to organizations, including employers, apprenticeship training, delivering agents, unions, post-secondary institutions, and community organizations for projects. When you have a plan, it's not any good if it's in your head. You have to put it on paper. The Conservatives have Canada's recovery plan, and we're serious about getting Canadians back to work. All Canadians, whether it be Indigenous, female, new Canadians, immigrants, PRs, the Conservatives have a plan to make sure Canadians, when this pandemic is over, can go to work and earn a paycheck.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wright.
Thank you very much. I would like to reframe the question, as it were, seeing as it comes from the Chamber of Commerce. For a lot of us, there is no labor shortage. There is instead a wage shortage. So that's what we need to be looking at. People aren't paid enough money. I mean, they can't make enough money to pay the rent, to pay the mortgage. We've talked to people on the doorstep that their water gets cut off. They have to juggle between which service they're going to have cut off from time to time. So yeah, there's more like a wage shortage out there. If people were offering fair wages, then they would take the jobs. So we're saying, we would have an improved federal minimum wage. And beyond that, there is systemic racism in this province. We have spoken to people that, when they're going to apply for jobs, they are treated poorly, right? Simply because of their last name, the way they look, the accent they speak with. So, I mean, we're here to support people of all backgrounds, people from this province, if you want to be immigrants as well. So it's a wage shortage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to go back to an issue that was touched on a little bit earlier this evening, and that's childcare. Many young Canadian families are struggling with childcare concerns, a critical issue that can be argued has not been addressed for decades. How do we level the playing field for parents, in particular women, who want to join and actively participate in the labor force? Mr. Wright, we'll start with you, please.
Sure, yeah. I'd like to start out by stating that there's systemic discrimination against women throughout our government, throughout our economy. So, I mean, we want to start ending those systemic discriminations that make it more likely that somebody who looks like Mr. Steinley can, keep his job, whereas somebody that happens to be a woman has to stay home, maybe because of just the way they dress. It's silly. So we're saying that we're going to take this on. So there needs to be reforms to parental leave. There needs to be inclusive. People that are, if you're having a child through different circumstances than just having birth, right? You should be included in this, right? So that people are being included. Then there needs to be universal access to childcare. So it needs to be available for everybody so that there's, and it needs to be involved with early learning, right? So the Green Party is committed to universal access to daycare with early learning for children, right? It can't, and so long we just don't want to invest in our children, and we give a pittance to our childcare workers. So we need to invest in the people that are raising the next generation so that everybody can have the choice to do what they want to do with their lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Steinley, we'll go to you next, please.
Thank you very much. And I also want to thank Mrs. Cameron for saying the child benefit was one of the best programs ever, because Stephen Harper and the Conservatives were the ones who brought forward at the start. So I appreciate that recognition. Thank you very much. Canada's Conservatives, through Erin O'Toole's recovery plan, will convert the child care expense deduction into a refundable tax credit, covering up to 75% of the cost of child care. And I think it's important to do that because it gives parents choice. I think a big nationalized bureaucracy doesn't give parents the choice they need. It also doesn't help some of the people that need child care the most, the people that work shift work. It's open from 9 to 5, and there's a lot of people that don't work 9 to 5 jobs that will be left behind through that nationalized daycare program. So we want to put the choice with parents, where they can leave their kids with grandma or grandpa or Baba and Guido or aunts and uncles, and that way they can cover the cost and pay. In some of those private daycare places are some of the best. My kids went to in-home daycares, and I'm happy that they were so well taken care of. Also, the Conservatives announced a policy where they'll let women on maternity or paternity leave make $1,000 a month without clawing back any of their benefits. I think that's important. It really would help some people. I remember when we were on maternity leave that $1,000 a month would help cover some bills. I think it's a very good policy going forward.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cameron, over to you.
Thank you. I would start by addressing the Harper $100 to the kids. That came about because the Paul Martin government, Liberal government, had established a national child care policy 25 years ago that was going to change my life. And then along came Stephen Harper and said, no, actually you can have $100. And what we saw is, and he also said the provinces can do it themselves. And what we saw was Quebec did it, and they did it well. And my colleagues in Quebec can go to school can go to work not worrying about where their children are at. Affordability is one piece of it. In addition, we have raised the Canada Child Benefit to $1,600. There's also accessibility. We need more spaces. We need to have workers who will then work those spaces and with good wages. I agree with you, Mr. Wright. And also we need to make sure that we have linguistically available spaces as well, linguistically and culturally appropriate.
Thank you very much. How will your party invest in economic development for Saskatchewan and Regina to ensure we attract investment and create good paying jobs? Mr. Wright, we'll start with you.
Thank you. So I've heard from people that got into the solar industry when there was a credit, gave up their jobs, took a chance, the Saskatchewan way, to have a better future. And what happened? Mr. Steinley's party, the Saskatchewan party, cut all of that and destroyed that incentive to move forward.
I wasn't there.
So, I mean, Yeah, I agree. Mr. Steinley normally isn't there when the decisions are to be made. That's for sure.
I literally wasn't elected
excuse me,
provincially.
sir. Please stop interrupting during my time. Thank you. Okay, so we need to have investments in solar panels in our community. We need to have investments in wind power in our community. We need to have investments here instead of shifting money off to other places, instead of having pipelines built. I mean, a tiny section of the pipeline will pass through Regina. I mean, this is not something that's being done for the people of our city. This is not something that's being done for our constituents in Regina Lewvan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cameron.
If we want to grow our economy and increase investments, we do need to move forward and look forward in the future. As regarding the energy sector in particular, Alberta has seen the light. Alberta companies are definitely moving forward with net zero, with lesser emissions, and the international community is noticing and putting money into that province, putting money into those companies. Our Saskatchewan government has been dragging the heels a bit. Perhaps they were occupied with fighting carbon pricing and a price on pollution instead. But what we need is federal monies to help Saskatchewan along when we need to look into all of the options that are on the table. There's nuclear, hydrogen, biofuels, solar and wind. We can move forward with all of those.
Thank you very much. Mr. Steinley, over to you.
Thank you very much, and I'll take the second opportunity to correct Mr. Wright, because I wasn't even a member of the Legislative Assembly when that decision was made. So once again, you're wrong.
I said it
so
was
I don't
your party,
have to,
not that you did it.
If I wanted to correct all your inaccuracies, I'd be doing that all night instead of answering questions. So what we do to make sure that there's people working is rebuilding main streets. So we're launching the Rebuild Main Street tax credit. This will provide a 25% tax credit on amounts up to $100,000 that Canadians personally invest in a small business over the next 2 years. This will give a strong incentive for Canadians to invest locally in their own economies. We're also going to connect Canadians, including rural areas, to high-speed internet. I think that's really important. No one's mentioned that, the importance of the connectivity for businesses and to help create the opportunities to succeed in all parts of Canada. And secondly, we're going to launch the Main Street Business Loan to provide loans of up to $200,000 for businesses that are going to start and renew the losses. Up to 25% will be forgiven depending on the company's revenue. So that $200,000 can be invested locally, and we can make sure we can get people back to work and secure our economy.
Thank you very much. Indigenous peoples are vital to Saskatchewan's future. What steps do you believe are necessary in relation to reconciliation? Mr. Wright, we'll start with you.
Thank you. This is something that we've been running strongly on our campaign. We believe is incredibly important. So number one, basic human rights, treaty rights need to be respected. So we've heard, I have an engineer that I know that worked at Sask Water. He told me that the provincial government was spending money on water so that people could have water at their second home, at resort homes, at luxury homes, right? So, I mean, I'm sure Mr. Steinley, again, wasn't involved in any of these decisions. But this is not how we should be spending our money. We need to be spending it on the people that need it, not on the people that are wealthy. Further to that, we support all initiatives to bring Indigenous culture into our city. There have been people demanding that Dewdney Avenue be renamed to Buffalo Avenue. I think it's terrible that one of our main avenues is named after a crook that was involved, in Ontario politics 100 years ago. So, I mean, that's the type of thing we need to have done. We need to have languages represented. We need to have it done in our schools. We need to have elders enabled to pass on the culture. All these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cameron, we'll go to you next.
I am committed to working with Indigenous nations, Indigenous peoples, to build a nation-to-nation relationship built on respect and rights. And the legacy of the residential schools is a dark one, a dark chapter in Canada's history. All children in Canada deserve to grow up in a community where they are loved, in a community where they know who they are and learn their language and feel safe. And certainly the Liberal government of Canada has done more for First Nations in Canada than any previous government, and there is still so much more work to do. But the groundwork has been laid, and what we're hearing is that First Nations want to continue that path, continue working with the Liberal government as a rights holder, be side by side.
Thank you very much. Mr. Steinley.
Thank you very much. I think one of the first things we need to do is make sure that we have clean drinking water across Canada for all Indigenous communities, and that's something the Conservatives would take very seriously. Secondly, I think everyone does have to walk their own path of truth and reconciliation as well. I was really fortunate this summer. I was able to take part in a Sundance ceremony and listen to Chief Mark and Chief William for 3 hours talking about what they think their people need. And having those conversations and learning from these elders and learning from the traditions that they took hold in the ceremony about the representation and what everything represented was a really great experience, and I thank them so much for that opportunity, because without listening to our elders and people that have gone through these situations, difficult situations, and what they see as the future for their people is very important, and I thank them very much for that opportunity. Also having conversations with Chief Cadmus DeLorme and Thomas Benjel. There is a great group of young leaders coming up within the Indigenous community, and there's a bright future where we can work together and have both truth and reconciliation socially and economically with our partnerships going forward.
Thank you very much. Let's talk taxes for a minute. Taxes and the distribution of taxes, who pays what and how much, is again an issue in this election. Please explain your views on the federal tax system. And Ms. Cameron, we'll go to you first.
All right. Well, in 2015, when the Liberal government was elected, they were elected on the promise that the 1% would be taxed more, and that money would then be used to raise up people out of poverty. And that happened immediately. That was the first action that happened. And the Liberal government lifted over 1 million people out of poverty thanks to that action. So absolutely the Liberal record is fair taxation. Additionally, the Liberal government wishes to put a tax on high luxury items, yachts, luxury cars. If you can afford those things, then you may be paying a little bit more for that. Additionally, those who profited the most during the pandemic, financial institutions, insurance companies, they will also, I'm sure, gladly pay to help our recovery move forward.
Thank you. Mr. Steinley.
Thank you very much. And I definitely believe that the Liberals have never seen a tax they didn't like or want to increase, especially on the sale of homes. What the Conservatives think is the tax code is way too complicated. We need to simplify it. There needs to be a complete overhaul of the income taxation system in Canada. I think that's what people are asking for. They want to understand why there's so many different loopholes that other people, and I agree with Mr. Cameron, that the wealthy use loopholes to not pay their fair share of taxes, like Bill Morneau, for example, or Stephen Guilbeault, one of the Liberal ministers who hasn't paid his taxes for a little bit. But what we're also giving the opportunity is a GST holiday in December. It's something that we believe will help local businesses have a good December, so that the Conservatives, with our Canada Recovery Plan, have committed to taking a GST off in-store purchases in the month of December. Also, the holiday that we're going to give from Monday to Wednesday, if you dine in a local restaurant, you won't have to pay the GST on meals, or is 50% off. So I think that's important to help restart some of the hardest hit sectors of our economy after COVID-19.
Thank you. Mr. Wright, over to you.
Yeah, so we have a completely different take on this, I think, versus the other party. We're not about Christmas giveaways, for example. I don't think that that's really the government job. I don't think any economist would advocate putting more money into like the least productive type of spending there is. I mean, you have to consider there's the two sides of the equation. So we have people that are earning $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 a year. They're paying payroll taxes, you know. They're paying EI, they're paying CPP, you know. They're starting to pay income taxes, right? I mean, maybe if you're supporting a family of whatever size on an income of $20,000 a year, you're still paying federal taxes and you're in poverty. So we're saying that's a terrible system, right? So, I mean, we want to make sure that everybody can get Christmas gifts, right? And it's not just if you already had a bunch of money, you can save an extra 5% on your $1,000 toy that you gave somebody. That is not the solution that we are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. COVID-19 has unfortunately not gone away. There continues to be breakouts, and some businesses, not all, are still reeling from the economic impact. What needs to be done? Mr. Steinley, we'll start with you for this question, please.
Well, I think we've made the target of having 90% of the Canadians vaccinated, and that's what Mr. O'Toole is committed to doing. I think vaccines are a way out of this pandemic, and we want to make sure that people have the opportunity to do that. One thing that I've heard on the doorsteps time and time again is that people that got mixed vaccines are really having a difficult time because they have to get vaccinated 3 and 4 times now. And they were told by their government that they were going to be able to have this earliest vaccine as soon as possible. So I'd like to hear what Ms. Cameron thinks about the AstraZeneca and the fact that people can't travel if they got the AstraZeneca vaccine, and if that was part of the plan for the rollout. But we really do need to have conversations with people, and then we need to help businesses keep their doors open, and that's what provincial governments across the country are looking at doing, and ensuring that their economy can keep going, because we can't keep going into lockdown after lockdown. I hear that on the doorstep so many times. It's hurting people, it's making life difficult for families, and especially this conversation around mental health. It is a very important one that we need to have because of what's going on with COVID-19. So that's what we're going to do, and make sure that we can secure Canada and secure economic recovery, and make sure we get all this recovery, COVID-19 situation sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Mr. Steinley. Mr. Wright.
Thank you. We know the solution to the pandemic is to get as many people vaccinated as possible. So we need to have a firm plan on that. Right now, kids that are 12 and older, they can be vaccinated, right, under the existing health regulations. So what we need is a plan for in schools that those kids can be vaccinated regularly. There was no plan on this locally in Regina, in March. There's no plan now. So we need that. And then we need a plan so that in the community where people are able to get the vaccine, they can get it. And beyond that, that we have community health professionals there to educate people so that they understand the implications of the vaccine and all their questions are answered. And if they are hesitant, they can understand that this shot is for the benefit of their children and for the benefit of their neighbors. And we'd strongly encourage that.
Thank you. Ms. Cameron.
Okay. Well, before we talk about where we're going, I'd like to look at where we've come from. And in this once-in-a-lifetime health crisis, the Liberal government was up to the job. 38 million Canadians were worried about how this was going to play out, and I am proud of the leadership, strong, decisive leadership that was displayed, extraordinary measures, extraordinary circumstances. I'm very proud of how the Liberal government kept me, my community, my family safe. Now, I recognize that we clearly are not at the end of this, and we need to keep moving forward. Strong leadership on vaccines is a first step. This strategy needs to have mandates behind it. If you want to work for the federal government, if you want to fly on a plane, you must be vaccinated. Additionally, there is great investment in VITO in Saskatoon, the research center that will bring us forward into the future with vaccines made here in Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much. Let's jump back to our candidate-to-candidate questions. Mr. Wright, you may ask a question first.
Sure, yeah. I had 2 main questions I wanted to bring up. So, I did ask my question to Mr. Steinley. I'll now direct my question to Ms. Cameron, although it's kind of the same for both. Please explain to me, with a bit of detail, how constructing a pipeline that would increase carbon emissions would be an effective way to long-term decrease our carbon emissions. Because this seems to be the rhetoric that I'm getting from the government, that this is the only way to decrease emissions, by investing in building new pipeline technology. Now, I mean, it sounds like the NDP has had this position, sounds like the Liberals have this position, sounds like the Conservatives have had this position, but please, like just maybe in terms of an in-out, in terms of mass, like how do we get less carbon by pumping more out and sending it through more pipelines? That doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, go ahead. Well, I'll start by saying that you're right. The Liberal government is building TMX Trans Mountain Pipeline. Oil and gas for Saskatchewan, especially when I think about it from my agricultural background, we still will need it. And it is not, the pipeline itself does not create emissions. Correct me if that's wrong.
Well, the construction of it will, and I mean, obviously having more oil flowing will ultimately result in more emissions. So I mean, it's kind of a pedantic point, but.
Okay. Yeah. And the goal is not to have more oil and gas flowing. The goal is to keep the oil and gas flowing in a safe way. We have seen rail oil spills in Saskatchewan that have been devastating for the environment and for the community. Also, I believe that the more oil that can go through the pipeline means that we will have more space on the rail for grain and our agricultural products to get to sale, which is very important for all of Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cameron, you may now ask a question.
Oh, gosh. Mr. Wright, I'll ask you a question too. A gentleman named Andrew Weaver came out this week and advised that the Liberal climate plan was the best plan of all the parties. And he happens to be the former leader of the Green Party of British Columbia. He called it bold and thoughtful. And it would be a world-leading price on carbon pollution, rapid zero emissions vehicle deployment. It's a stronger policy than even the one that he had developed in BC. This might be a softball question, but Mr. Wright, I'm genuinely curious what your thought is on him coming out that way.
Sure. No, that's a great question. So this reminds me, so back when I was in high school, I was 15 years old and I joined the debate club, and an older kid, his name was Erin. You might recall him. He was the former MP for this riding. You know, he was 16, I was 15. He drove me down to Tommy Douglas House. I got involved in politics. You know, the rest is history. So we had something called, you know, a fault in logic called an appeal to authority. So just because this one person has said such a thing, you know, are they the definitive answer on climate? I would suggest a different person that's a little bit more known in Canada, David Suzuki. He's endorsed our platform. So, I mean, yeah, we can go back and forth calling different experts, right? That is one technique we could use. But I advise people just to look into it and just think intuitively. Building the pipeline, will that decrease emissions? I don't think it will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Steinley, you may now ask a question of one of the other candidates.
Absolutely. So Tria, sorry, the NDP candidate didn't show up. And I was going to ask her a question about agriculture because the word agriculture doesn't show up in the federal NDP platform. That's how much respect the federal NDP has for our province and for Saskatchewan. So I'll ask Ms. Cameron a question. So a book recently came out, Jody Wilson-Raybough's book, and in it she says the Prime Minister asked her to lie about SNC Lavalin scandal. Because he put pressure on her, she decided to step down from cabinet. She was our first Indigenous female Attorney General. So do you think Jody Wilson-Raybould is telling the truth, or your leader Justin Trudeau is telling the truth about what happened at that conversation in the airport that day?
Is that really your question, what I think about people's conversation that I have no idea who they are and what they said?
Well, do you think your leader is telling the truth?
Listen, I was absolutely inspired in 2015 when Justin Trudeau announced that our cabinet for the first time ever would be 50% women and 50% men. Action on gender equality. I also am thoroughly inspired by our first female finance minister, Chrystia Freeland, and I've had the pleasure to work most recently under Minister Marie-Claude Bibeau, who is our first agriculture minister who happens to be a woman. And I believe that these strong, talented, brilliant women show up for Canada and
But
for
two of them
me
quit.
in the best way.
But Susan,
And
two of them quit.
Justin Trudeau is with them.
But Jean Philpott and Jody Wilson were able to quit. They left because of his leadership.
Men and women are not perfect.
Thank you.
I
All
can't
right.
speak for everyone.
We've got a bit more time this evening for a few more questions, so we'll jump right back in. Leadership is a dominant theme of this election, something we just touched on a little bit. Please give us your perspective on your leader and why Canadians should vote for her or him. Mr. Wright, we'll go to you first.
Oh man, Annamie Paul did a great job in the federal leaders debate. What I love most about her at one point, she just said, I'm trying not to interrupt you guys. Could you just give me some space? And they kind of had to respect it because she had that type of presence. One thing I will criticize about her, she only came in second in her by-election in Toronto Centre. So, that was pretty good though. So I'd say this time, we're pulling for her to get number one. I guess people ought to know we're doing great in Kitchener Centre. We're doing great in Fredericton. We're doing great in Nanaimo Ladysmith. Obviously Elizabeth May's riding, we're doing great. We're aiming for a record vote turnout for us here in Regina Lewvan. So yeah, I'm on side with our leader because she's on side with Canadians. She's the only one speaking about the issues that we care about. And the only one that in the leaders debate that I really felt was talking about collaboration between the different parties. So, if you got any other questions about why Annamie Paul is so great, I'll take them all night long. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Steinley.
Well, I'll agree with Michael tonight that Annamie Paul did do quite well in the debate. I think she came up in a strong second place. I believe our leader, Erin O'Toole, did very well in the debate. I think he showed how he is a prime minister in waiting. He answered the questions directly. He didn't have to get cut off a bunch of times like other leaders in that debate. And Erin grew up in Bowmanville. He grew up in a middle-class family. He worked hard. His father worked at the GMC plant and made sure that he provided for his family. And that's what his leadership will be for Canadians. He'll be putting Canadians first. He wants to make sure every Canadian has the opportunity to secure a job, make sure they can put food on the table, get a house, and have a place to call home. Erin has not been a politician his whole life. He was in the Air Force, and I respect that so much. He's been in the Royal Canadian Air Force. He served our country before he became a public servant. He did a lot of fundraising for veterans when he was in the private sector before he got elected. And Erin has all the tools that Canadians need to have a great prime minister and someone that is going to put hardworking Canadians first.
Thank you. Ms. Cameron, same question to you.
Thank you. So a little different from the other two parties represented here tonight, we actually have seen Justin Trudeau's leadership. I have been very thankful for his leadership, particularly these past 18, 19 months of the pandemic. The way that he stepped up for Canadians and spoke to us every morning. It was part of my day, and I think part of your day as well, to listen to the state of the nation and how we were going to be moving forward, and all of the ambitious pieces that he and his government put together, despite having a minority government, in order to keep us safe and to protect our economy, so that as we have come out and now back in, our economy is doing very well. So we have a proven record there. I also identify with him as a former teacher and as a parent, and I'm proud to be on his team.
Thank you very much. What role do you see for the charitable and nonprofit sector in delivering critical community services, and how would you envision the opportunity to work in collaboration with the federal government in the future? Ms. Cameron, we'll start with you.
All right. Well, as it happens, that's been my job for the last 6 years. I have worked in community investment with a Crown corporation of the federal government. And That is my superpower, is collaboration and seeking consensus and building relationships to connect people for a greater good and a common goal. Certainly during the pandemic, we saw this with the Liberal government making historic investments to Canada's food banks, to La Table des Chefs, and making sure that the Canadian chain of distribution for food continued on its way. I do believe that the Canadian federal government must continue to put money into our charities and nonprofits in order to keep them moving. I've also been able to see that nonprofits in rural Canada particularly need infrastructure help in order to become more sustainable, and that will be a continuing goal for me.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wright.
Sure. Well, you know, I did work for a non-governmental organization for a while, Chippendale Homes. Now don't be confused, I kept my sweater on the whole time. It's named after the cartoon squirrels, okay? Chip and Dale. It's a group home for people that have intellectual disabilities, right? It was a great place to work. But I gotta say, we were always dependent on where we're gonna get funding from government that year, right? Now Chippendale has been fortunate. It's been the recipient of, I believe it's the Premier's Golf Tournament, right, in Saskatchewan. But a lot of non-governmental organizations don't have that type of support. And so then it's hard to get the good workers that you need when there's a wage shortage, as we've brought up before. And you know, when the training's not very accessible, you know, and the training costs lots of money versus like the wage that's coming with the job. And I mean, ultimately, everybody just needs a home. Everybody needs to be taken care of. So we're concerned that the government has privatized and offloaded a lot of these community services without sufficient funding. And I would fight to make sure that there's funding and possibly, you know, public operation of some of these services.
Thank you. Mr. Steinley.
Thank you very much, and that's a great question. As the Member of Parliament for the last 18 months, we heard from countless charitable organizations that weren't able to do the fundraisers like Michael talked about and receive that money through fundraising. And it was really incumbent upon governments to come up and help those organizations get through. And as was mentioned, it was very hard to retain workers. So there was the availability, and we'll talk about, there was programs that helped, and the Conservatives agree with them, like CEWS, the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy, and CEBA, and some of these programs that help keep people and non-profits afloat. But we do need to see a more steady stream of funding. And I think one of the things as an MLA that was one of the things I was able to do was talk with Premier and get stable funding for Legions. The Legion grant is $2,500 a year to help them with ongoing operational costs. And I think when you look at that and you can organizations, not-for-profit, community groups have some stable funding, that gives them the ability to then help and go out after COVID-19 and raise that money through fundraisers like the Premier's Golf Ball or other fundraisers. There's galas, the Camp Easter Seals. So I'll just say out there, whenever we can, let's make sure we're supporting these community organizations because they do great work, and thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you very much. All right, we have time for one last question this evening. So we've talked about a number of issues tonight. What would you say is the single biggest issue facing Canadians today that needs to be addressed? Mr. Steinley, we'll start with you.
Well, I would like to talk about a single major issue that we haven't talked about that I'd like to address, and that is mental health. I think mental health across this country is something where we need to put some investment into it. We need to get the 3-digit helpline so that people have a direct line for help. So municipalities across the country have wrote letters to the government endorsing and supporting. Todd Dowdy, who was the MP for Caribou Prince George, brought forward this idea in the House of Commons, and we all voted in favor of it, but we need to get it done. We need to have that mental health line available to people that need help. During the pandemic, there has been so many people that have had difficulties. The suicide rate in Saskatchewan across the country has spiked since COVID-19, and this is where I think as a government, any government needs to really look at making sure there's funding available to the provinces so that they can invest in mental health facilities, hire more mental health care aides, hire more psychiatrists to make sure that people that do need help at the most difficult times are getting that help. And that's one thing that I believe is one of the major issues that we're going to face not only now, but going through and we didn't even get to talk about overdoses right now, because I talked to the Regina Fire Department, and they've gone, it's a very serious situation in Regina.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cameron.
I think it's fantastic that all the major parties are now talking about mental health, affordable housing, healthcare, all these fabulous needs in our communities. One other thing that I would love to touch on tonight that we haven't talked about is inclusion and opportunity for all. Again, the pandemic was not felt equally by all different groups. I already mentioned how women as a group were impacted more so than men in general, but when you also add in perhaps marginalized communities, two-spirit LGBTQ communities, racialized communities, certainly they were even more impacted. And the Liberal government will take concrete action to enact further legislation to combat racism, to ban conversion therapy, and to restore First Nations jurisdiction over their child and family services.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wright.
Thank you. I mean, we're the Green Party. We think climate change and the destruction of the natural world of biodiversity is incredibly important. And I would link that in Saskatchewan that has a direct link to reconciliation. So we've had governments that have redefined lakes as toxic waste dumps. We have uranium tailing ponds where the people who had to carry out the uranium have died of cancer. We have all the negative effects of the exploitative economy, right, falling on Indigenous people throughout our land. And then the money is flowed somewhere else for somebody else to have, probably the owner of a pipeline somewhere. So that's not the type of future that we want for anybody. So we're saying that there has to be a recognition of treaty rights, of responsibility to fulfill that we need to have increasing recognition of original Indigenous sovereignty over the land where it's applicable, and that we can move forward to have a sustainable society, sustainable land, treaties, reconciliation together, end of climate change together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our questions this evening. Thank you for a very informative debate. We will now turn to our closing comments, which will be in the reverse order of the opening comments, and you will each have 2 minutes. We will start with Mr. Wright.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be here at Access Communications, and it's even more of an honor to get to talk to everybody at home that's watching this, that you're taking the time out of your lives to make an informed decision. You know, not everybody does that. You would be surprised. But I mean, I know that everybody at home is. So thank you. I know at the beginning of this I asked you, would you consider green? After everything you've seen here today, I hope that you've had a better idea in your mind about what that's about. So the Green Party is your progressive ally in this riding on every issue. We are your ally on climate change. We are your ally on gender inclusivity. We are your ally on women's rights and feminism. And I'd like to say that we're your ally on reconciliation. If you're the type of person that doesn't necessarily qualify for like all the tax breaks being offered by the other parties, if you're the type of person that's had your OAS clawed back by the government because of benefits you received last time, we are on your side. So I'm asking you on September 20th to consider our values with the Green Party, to consider peace, social justice, sustainability, participatory democracy, respect for diversity, and ecological wisdom. These are the things that we're bringing forward as the Green Party. We've been doing this for years. We didn't see any of, we saw basically, I think, an agreement. Orange, blue, red, those are your old options. Green, that's the future that we're aiming for. That's what we want for our children. Our children can't eat oil, right? They need to drink water. They need to breathe air. They need to have homes that are affordable that they can live in. They need to have the languages of their ancestors taught to them in schools instead of having that suppressed. So that's what we want you to vote for on September 20th. Hi, hi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wright. Ms. Cameron, you have 2 minutes for your closing remarks.
Well, I hope that you've all enjoyed this evening. I certainly have learned a lot this time around, and I thank you both for sharing with all of us. I would also take this opportunity to wish best wishes to our NDP opponent, Tria Donaldson, be better, and I sincerely mean that. We can't have already talked about healthcare and mental health and not acknowledge that this is a difficult task running for office, and I do wish her well, and I know she's going to finish strong. I've stood before you representing the record of the Liberal government and telling you that we will continue on this path. This is not vague ideology or aspirations. I stand on the record of a government that has brought us through a once-in-a-century pandemic. Our government has done more for the environment than any previous government, and we want to continue that path forward. Our government has done more for reconciliation than any previous government, and again, the groundwork has been laid, and we must continue with that. Our government has moved forward on women's issues, lifted over 400,000 children out of poverty, and will protect the oldest and youngest in our communities, as well as marginalized groups, including people with disabilities. Are you prepared to move backwards on issues like this that matter to us? This election is looking much like the vote of 2015, a three-way race between the Liberals, the Conservatives, and the NDP. And in a race like this, people who have progressive values have a lot to think about. At best, a vote for the NDP means yet another opposition MP for Regina Lewvan. The best way to move forward with progressive values for Regina is to vote Liberal, vote Susan Cameron.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cameron. Mr. Steinley.
Thank you very much, and I believe Ms. Cameron summed it up best is if you want to vote for Justin Trudeau, you're going to receive more of the same. Also, we might be in an election in another 18 months because that's what he promised in the French debate in Quebec. And I think people are tired of elections. This is an election about whether you want to move forward with a Justin Trudeau ideological slant that does not benefit Saskatchewan, or if you want to move forward with Erin O'Toole and the Conservative Party of Canada that has a recovery plan for all Canadians. We're going to secure the economy and bring back 1 million jobs that were lost during the pandemic. We're going to secure the environment with an environmental plan that reaches emissions, something the true Liberals have never done. They've never met an environmental target that they've made, actually, and they promised to plant 1 billion trees, and they have not. And we have a plan to ensure that we're ready for another pandemic by making sure that we have more domestic capacity with vaccine and PPE production. We're ready to fight for Canadians and ensure that they have jobs to go back to in the hardest hit sectors. If you want more of the same, you can vote for the Liberals, NDP, or Green. And if you want someone that will always stand up for Saskatchewan, you can vote for myself and the Conservative Party of Canada. I will always be on Saskatchewan's side, no matter the issue, whether it be for pipelines, for agriculture, for manufacturing, for small businesses. I will continue to fight for each and every resident of Regina Lewvan. That's my commitment to you, so I humbly ask for your support on September the 20th. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. That concludes our Regina Lewvan riding debate for this evening. Thank you for watching Decision 2021, Our Country, Our Vote, brought to you by Access Now, the Regina and Region Home Builders, the Saskatchewan Realtors Association, Regina Downtown, Regina's Warehouse District, and the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce. Most importantly this evening, I would like to strongly encourage you to make sure that your voice is heard. Get out and cast your vote on Monday, September 20th. Stay safe and have a great night.